Imagine if I spent this money on something worthwhile instead less than 3.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, the Champions League continues, but that isn't even the real story. We have 21.5 coefficient points. England are eating our dust right now. With 4 teams left in all the different European competitions, there is so many more points available for us. How could we possibly live with all these points? Find out, because all that and more is coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta. Stirrups! With me, Mr. Quadrilateral. And such. And no bots. It is a bot-free day. Days since our last botty. 2. Timing worked out alright, I think. God, my hair is all over the place this morning. Holy shit, what is this? What's going on here? Lordy lord. Season script for I know. The script that I make up on the fly. Is it even a script at that point? It's the Arabia Berto bot. I didn't even have to see the tag to know what you meant. I've got my weave out. It's the problem. I went out on the tiles yesterday. Now I'm back on the fabrics, I guess. Yeah, to be fair, Ginger does need a little bit of time to sort them out. Like, bud, we're waiting. Come on. Don't leave us hanging here. I love that it actually blamed you. It's so funny. I assume it was just because you were literally the last chat message right before the bot started or something. And it just takes the message. Because then a little bit later, it picks someone else from chat as well. The bot said, I mean, maybe. At this stage, we will never know. Maybe our shield modding finally did the tricky trick. On the bathroom, well, to be fair, if you have a nice enough night on the tiles, you often will end up on the bathroom. On the bathroom? Yeah, no, actually, that makes sense. On the bathroom. Luckily, I didn't, because I was like, I have work the next day. I can't drink too much gin and or beer. Do you know, it might have been. That was the thing, Ginger. It was, because you did do that, and then it was like, haha, you got hoisted. Alice got 13,000 bots on Thursday. Wait, what? That's insane. Bot followers, I'm assuming bot followers. That'd be crazy. If that was bot viewers, that would be the amount of legwork required for that. The bot thingy done. Well, there's no bot thingy, per se. It was just like, we just have this thing on Twitch called Shield Mode, which Inferno turned on during the last stream. That seemed to protect us until they went away, and then we just turned it off again. Yeah, bloody hell. They're a pain in the arse to get rid of, too, because it's like, you can't, it's hard to risk doing the removal tools, because I find they often remove a lot of legitimate followers, and it's like really annoying for them. These sausage rolls. I actually had a sausage roll yesterday from Greg's. It was very mid, as always. So I only had like a couple of pints, and that was like in the afternoon yesterday, and then a nice little gin in a lovely pub. MD Games, thank you. It cost a lot of money. Thank you very much for the 21 months, and thank you for everybody for the hype train in the chat as well. Who do we have before that? We had Captain Zeke with a 37. Got there at the end. Bill with the gifted sub. Bogus Guys, thank you for the follow. TSRT with the 28. And a random shout out from yesterday. Okay, I wasn't even live yesterday. Look at me go. Oh, love to see it. I almost said Ricard. Ricard Le Libero. It makes you sound even more fancy if that helps. Thank you very much for the Twitch Babby. Things you love to see as well. I caught a little bit of the gymnastics yesterday in a sports bar called the Maple Leaf, which, if they don't show hockey there regularly, I will be annoyed. But we just happened to stumble into this sports bar yesterday, and they had, well, as you can tell from a sports bar, about 1,000 televisions. So I caught the end of the men's gymnastics. I don't know. I don't actually know which competition it was. There's so many bloody gymnastics competitions, I get confused. It was the one that Jake Jarman got the bronze medal in, and the guy from the Philippines won, and he looked super happy, and it was really quite wholesome. Oh, Canada indeed, yeah. No, it's something like Covent Garden, which, you know, you're going to pay £7.50 for a pint, basically. A very average pint, but such is life. Blokes were chucking themselves about a bit. Exactly. No, the thing is, we went up to the bar, and I was like, oh, Christ, what do I do? Do I get a gin? Do I get a beer? I was like, it's the afternoon, I'm having a beer. First beer I saw, Siren. And I was like, 'tis fate. Man must have a pint of Siren. It's like a Siren Soundwave IP. It was really not very good at all. Extremely unwelcome taste in my mouth, I must admit. I had to wash it down with a nice Peroni. It was yeah, not my favourite beer, but when a man sees a beer called Siren, or Siren, I guess in this case, you kind of got to go with it. Most Olympic sounding name. It's funny you mentioned that, because this was the exact discussion they were having on Football Cliches this week, I think. I'm trying to remember the ones that they came up with. Extremely unwelcome. It was. That's the best way I could describe that bit. It was extremely unwelcome. I saw the St. Lucia one. Did the swimmer from the Cayman Islands end up medaling in the end? Because I saw his heat a couple of mornings ago, or it might be Friday actually. Friday afternoon perhaps, and he seemed to do quite well, but I don't know if he actually got a medal in it or whether they've even run the finals for that yet. But that would be cool if Cayman Islands got a medal. So really, oh nice! And it's actually all worked nice. Bear in mind, like I just made the video. That's all Hadrian's forte with the fantastic changelog and whatnot. The fact that so many people have been able to use that to create stuff for their own saves is dope. He didn't. Aww, that sucks. I take it that means they have actually... Yeah, the solution... That's what made me think about it, the fact that the solution chap got one. What did the solution chap actually get in there? Was it bronze? Because it was swimming. No, not swimming. I assume it was an athletics... Well, I like that the track and field has started, though. I was watching the 1,500-metre, like, heats, basically. Watching Jacob Ingebrigtsen just strolling around at the back of the field and then going, yeah, probably go and, like, get through now, you know? That guy is an absolute monster. It's insane how good that dude is. Last in the final. At least he got to the final, right? That's pretty impressive for such a small population, right? Oh, I like a bit of St. I actually once had a website specifically related to something in St. Lucia. Just really, back in the day when I was doing SEO stuff. Yeah, Ingebrigtsen is a next level. I'd seen loads of videos about him before on, like, running channels and things. To actually see him just... The way that he starts, just, like, everyone else is, like, ready to go, and he just sort of walks off the line, like... He knows he's so good, he doesn't even need to. Imagine if he tripped over, though. Just, like, stays at the back, accidentally trips over, like, a back marker or something. Oh, down he goes. So it was a gold medal for the St. Lucians. That's dope. I know, look at me talking about real sport and all that. It's alright, I'll bring it back to FM in a minute as well. Yeah, there's a long way to go for him as well. North Korea to the Olympics. I normally don't bother with it, honestly. But this year, as it happened, I mean, last weekend I was away with some mates, and my mate is like a proper into the Olympics, so he was like explaining stuff to us, and it was making me enjoy the events a lot more. That and the copious amounts of Jaffa Cake gin, and I've just been watching it ever since then. Pog's watching field hockey right now, which is like real hockey, but without ice and fighting, and thus inferior in every way. ESR, I'm happy. Basically, like, at the end of the day, we're Fulham. We've got to shop somewhere, and I actually think he's a really fun signing. I like him as a player. I've always liked him as a player, and fees very high, but then you're paying English tax. I like him. Field hockey, no. You see, it's not greater. There might be more. You are correct. There are indeed more players on the pitch. That much I will agree with you on. There are indeed more players on the pitch. Like football sticks, it is. Yes. Sorry, we've been having this whole... Mate of mine was like I say really into field hockey. He used to play like a lot, and still does, I think, actually, but like to a decent level. So we just... Our insistence that it's not a real sport is our latest bit, basically. So yeah, you may use... Was Malta Athlete of the Year in 2013? You love to see it, but what sport? This is where you're like, well, actually, it was competitive chess, which... Is that the Olympics? It feels like it's... Wouldn't surprise me if it was, you know? Pereira... Well, the thing is, I guess operating off one of the wing positions, cutting in, I don't know. But the fact that he can give us depth across there as well, it feels good. Like, I like him as a signing. If he stays fit, and the fact is he was actually fit for quite a lot of last season. I think people really don't realise how fit he actually was for large periods of last season, just wasn't playing for them. I just hope that Fulham have become like the island of lost toys over the last couple of years for players that didn't quite make it at other clubs, but seem to have actually got a pretty good reputation for turning careers around now. And that's kind of dope, because if you start to get that reputation, it starts to open up more doors, I think, as far as certain signings from larger sides dropping down to you, which is kind of cool. Because you don't always see it go that way. You'll see the player that moves to the massive side, it fails, and then they just don't ever manage to recover properly. And maybe we can be like a little destination for that. Right. Isn't it great, Ollie? It's my favourite Fulham away kit probably since the last one that looked like that, and which was, what, 2009, maybe? It's such a throwback. The only thing that's missing, really, is the non-betting sponsor. We could really do with... I want a version that has the Mongolia thing on it, at least, right? Town planning. That would have been so good. So, like Mickey Mouse in the interview. Oh, I think I've heard that. Yes. So, foreign players find yourself doing... Yeah. I mean... We also signed this morning, I believe, Jorge Cuenca. Now, I know, I'm sure I'm not saying his name correctly either, but I know nothing about him. Not the name rings a bell, because obviously I would have seen him presumably play for Villarreal, but rarely. And I don't know. It seems like an odd signing for us. I assume it's because, like, purchasing it. I don't know. I still don't know if I can be asked to spend that much money on a football kit, because Premier League football kits are fucking insanely expensive, and it does still have a betting sponsor on it, and I'm like, but it is very, very nice, and it's the only thing that can maybe convince me, basically. Otherwise, I'll just stick with my Cambridge ones. Dominate the Maltese League. It's just, to be fair, we haven't been battered in the Champions League since that Porto game. That was the one real struggle. So, we will see. The Villa one. Yeah, so I actually quite like the Villa one. Because Pog was like, oh, what does the Villa one look like? And I thought, well, if it's anything like last year's, we in problem. Because those car store kits in general. Didn't I see like badges falling off of them in like pre-season and shit for Everton, I believe it was? But I quite like the Villa one. It's basically the same template as our home kit, just Villa colours instead. Even the red sleeve sponsor, which I don't know if you've even got the... You might even have the same sleeve sponsor as us. Getafe a lot of years ago, didn't play a lot. I mean, we've spent like 6 million, which is like, for Premier League signing, I guess, it's like, you're expected to probably be a backup player for that. But it's weird to see us signing yet another left-sided centre-back, when that's like, as far as defence goes, that's Bassi, Diop, both left-sided technically. So to add another one whilst not replacing the right-sided, the centre-backs, it's a little strange. Starwing back is always upset because yeah, I feel like sometimes you're just going to get certain players that have bad personalities, and no matter what you do, they will just kick off. I feel like, generally speaking, in this save, we've done a pretty good job at avoiding players like that, but then sometimes the player's too good to turn down, right? It's a fact of life. Okay, so, we have stuff to do. Now, obviously, there wasn't a lot of done off stream, because I wanted to get us up to the point of the draw, which is Botswana Smith. Oh, no, I bet he's got an amazing name too. It's just like, no, he's actually called Jason Smith, and that in itself is a fantastic name. Next Olympics lacrosse. Ooh. Oh, so so with the next Olympics they're bringing lacrosse in. It's just hockey with nets, isn't it? Just dope though. I do like a bit of that. We need Modric to do this. Well, Modric has not really done anything. So far, all he's done is let's let Tobogo. That's still solid. Bet on me betting sponsors. No. That's Eurotrip. Have you never heard of Eurotrip bet? You can bet on what time they get to the Cathedral of Camaret. Or kicking off in the hockey. Well, yeah, I mean, you've got to start the game somehow, right? How else will they know when they have to hit it? Flag football. Cricket makes sense. Baseball, that's kind of cool. Squash. Flag football. Why flag football? Why not just bring in American football at that point, right? What's the significance of flag football there? Strange one. So no news on the takeover yet. There was a couple of like the usual nonsense, but no, we are still in the process of a board takeover. We are still under a transfer embargo. So there's that. Easy to trade for, I suppose, yeah. International kits, I guess. Basically, the way I look at it is if you open the door to them having charities on their kits, give it 10 years and they'll be full of betting sponsors as well. Because the moment you let that door open a tiny little crack and say, it's fine, it's only for charities, all of a sudden, hey, what's that? Sky Bet have a charity now. Do you know what I mean? It'll be that's how it would probably go. And it'll be like it would slowly work its way back in. Let's introduce, but surely men and women could play American football too. They just have pads, right? I mean, either make it a sport or don't. That's the way I would look at it. Any idea what we can do for 25? 99%, provided there's no horrendous changes to the game, which remains to be seen. Probably building a nation Poland with Wisła. That's what we're sort of settling on right now. Everyone is sponsored by Gamble Aware. Well, but that's independent, is it? Or is that like owned by the betting companies? Like, for all I know, it probably is, right? I could totally see that being the way that they would backdoor their way into that kind of thing. So, yeah, takeover's still in the process of going. It feels like it's legit, because the amount of times over the course of this summer, well, not even this summer, this period of we've had like maybe, oh, it's on, it's off again, it's on, it's off again. But normally it's just off, just straight up off. So I'm holding out hope, basically. But more importantly, we have a draw. We also have draws, of course, for the Conference League and the Europa League. Now, Big Kara, of course, being the Conference League side, it's like just give them the best draw possible. But with the others in the Europa League, like Hammer and Sweetie, I'm wondering if at this point in the tournament, it might not be the worst idea if they drew each other, because the teams that are left are, yeah, Wisła Krakow. Sorry, I realise there's other, yeah, Wisła Krakow. Because there's a lot of good teams left in the Europa League still, and this might be an opportunity for us to just go, right, draw against each other, we'll take the guaranteed points that keep us moving, and it gets us a bit closer to Germany and Italy, and then we at least get a team further on, because the worst, we could end up drawing some really good sides at this stage, and it does make me concerned a little bit. Paying troops premiums, I guess. To be fair, some of the sports you see in the Olympics are, they've got guns and all sorts. Also, I'm told. But that one Turkish dude with no equipment just shooting with his hand in his pocket. Love that. They didn't roll. Yeah, didn't they lose 5-0? Or were down like 5-0 at half time or something in Europe? I forgot that Europe had started again, so I checked the scores and I noticed that Slima Wanderers last week got beat 7-0 by an Armenian side. Did get a 0-0 in the second leg, though. They're in the second division. I like to choose second tier sides if I can, but the thing about Wisła is that they're in Europe. They're playing in Europe while being in the second tier because they won the Polish Cup, which is kind of dope. G. Wally! Thank you very much for the 7 months, my friend. Now, I don't know if Thomas is watching the VOD, but he put in a database lookup right at the end of last stream, and it was to do with this game that I didn't even notice. This one here. So, Bodo were 4-1 up against Lyon from the first leg, and then lost 5-0 in France. That's got to hurt, especially as well, not even the winning goal, actually. Yeah, they were 3-0 down at half-time. They'd already wiped away the deficit at that point, but also, what a great name. Sami Salaberry. Almost sounds like a wrestler. Flavian Molondon. They've got some great names. And then just, oh, he sounds Polish. Yep. Patrick Białasz. Nice to see it. Oh. But yeah, so Wisła, it looks pretty set. But like, just looking at the teams left in the Europa League. Sorry, Europa Conference League. If Birkirkara can avoid maybe Lyon or Real Sociedad, got a chance. Accidentally lost power. He was playing Belize that day. Who knew? We've also got bloody next gen today too. And insane amounts of points to hopefully come. Right, view draws. Let's go. So, out of these teams, we just basically want to avoid the Manchester clubs. And wait, hang on, that's... Wait, I say that, we're on that side of... Wait, what? Oh no, it's just all the teams, isn't it? I was looking for the other side of the draw, and then I realised there isn't another side of the draw at this stage. It's just completely random, isn't it? And Wusu at Lyon would be funny as fuck. He is still here. I think he might retire this season. He's, I believe, the oldest player in the game now that the Manchester City goalkeeper's retired. Right. We'll do the overview one, but just anyone but these two. Like, I feel like we could take any of the others, including PSG. It's Man City and Man United that worry me to death. Aaron. Thank you for the 8 months at tier 3, which is crazy, bro. Thank you, though. That's very kind. Bayern would be fine, although they did knock out Arsenal, who are a good side. But Bayern, they've got a bit of midness about them. It's just these two. I reckon if we could avoid either of those two, maybe they'll draw each other. It's a possibility. All right, come on. This would please just don't be us here. Okay, good. That's one of them out of the way. The odds are better now for us. I'd take this. I'd take PSG. Okay, that's annoying because that means we lost Juve and the Man United chances get a lot better now. Okay, anyone but Man United. It's a 33% chance. Fuck off. Well, quarterfinals. Been fun chat. Hopefully the others can do something. What I meant to say was it's a 100% chance. And Bayern, of course, get the Galatasaray. Although, that means the one thing we've got as a potential nugget here is the fact that if we do beat Manchester United, which it does feel possible, we would play Bayern or Galatasaray in the semis, which does feel like a winnable... It feels like there's a pathway, but we've still got the toughest possible thing to do, which is to beat Manchester United. I mean, our record against United is not great, if I remember correctly. I know we'll skip the draw for the semi because we already know what the semi is going to be, because it's just going to tell you what we already know. I'm curious now. Let me just quickly hit continue so we can just see the... How far away is it? Oh, it's reasonably far away. Wow, bloody hell. I always forget that this draw, the previous one, it's like the next week, and this one's like, oh, it's a month away, you're fine. Second game at Old Trafford, yeah. The way this looks like it's going to go for me would be, we batter them in the home leg, win 1-0, and then in the second leg, we lose 3-0 at Old Trafford off of 3 shots on target. The draws are on the same day, but obviously we can't watch the draws, so we have to go to the next day to find those draws. For the other competitions anyway. Let me just see what our record is. I don't think our record against them is good at all. We've never beaten them in Europe. The only time we've ever beaten them was in the Club World Cup. In fact, not only have we never beaten them in Europe, we've lost to them every single time we've played them. And a lot of that is fairly recent. It's, yeah, this concerns me. I mean, I feel like we've got our best possible chances how we are right now. What we got? Maciek Herrera. Is that... Wait. What even are those? I'm not familiar with the logos because I assume you're using a different pack to me. To me, nothing is going to beat the Faroese St. Martin guy that we had. Oh, San Marino. I still think my Faroese St. Martin guy's weirder. It's such a strange combination, man. Okay. You know what? If we're going to be the best, we've got to beat the best, right? And the last time we did play Man United was this home game here, which was, I believe, literally last season. And we were the better side. And got unlucky. No, it wasn't. Oh, that was actually 3 years ago. I still fancy us. I reckon we can got this. Because if we do got this, then we've got some real... Oh, it's such an annoying draw, man. But I think that we're kind of at a stage with the quality of our team where, in a way, complaining about the draw is almost like worthless because our team is good enough and should be good enough to win the Champions League. So it really shouldn't matter who we're playing, but at the end of the day, the better side we're playing, the more chance it gives them. Also, Marsa have now hired another one of our... loan farm guys. Admittedly, not one that was here currently. He was the previous manager of Floriana, but he has now gone to Marsa. I also like how it just calls them Red Blues, which I assume is their nickname. I just didn't realise that their nickname was just straight up Red Blues. But at least capitalise Blues here. Come on, lads. What are we doing? Amateur hour. Still about the drawing City. I'm not sure. Let's actually have a look at how the groups went. Not that that is the be-all and end-all, but... Yeah, true. Although... Is it much better? United got 6 wins. FC Copenhagen, Shakhtar, Dortmund. They beat City as well. Lost to Inter and Benfica away from home. Inter are 6th. Benfica are... Okay. So they're not brilliant on the road. The City's one defeat, of course, was to Man United. Don't know what to make of it, really. Because, like, City are obviously City and they've won 7 out of 8. But the one game they did lose is to our opponents. So... It's going to be tough. That being said, if we were to get through, I love the idea of playing against either Bayern or Galatasaray. And despite Galatasaray being goated for the 2nd year in a row, it's still going to be Bayern, isn't it? Because it's just how FMB. Once you hit the knockouts, it's like, oh, you have higher rep, do you? I don't know how we're going to overcome that ourselves either. City do have world beaters in attack. I bet you if we look at Man United's first 11, they have world beaters in attack too. In fact, I would argue that they're probably just as good as City. Hello, Pog. Okay. Yeah. Sorting out your ticket book. You'll love to see it, mate. So, up front... Well, this might even be their actual... Presented ticket book. This might not even be their proper squad. Do you know what? I think it kind of is. He's good, but he's not... Do you know what I mean? Like, if we signed a guy like this, you'd be a bit like, is that a player we really need? Unless he's just not their starter, but I think he is. Alacon definitely is a good player. He was one we nearly picked up at one point. Like, he's reasonable. Shuren... wait. Yeah, it's the agility again, man. He's very good. 30 years old, though. All the Tycoons, I bet you bloody have. Nikolic... See what I mean? Like, he's a 34-year-old Serb with no physical ability. Is intriguing. Even likes the agility. Luis Guillermo... 30-year-old, although he's still got the... he's very, very good. He's absolutely superb. Wow, they picked him up like... Damn, that's one we missed out on. And Shuren. We still haven't been taken over, no. But we also haven't not been taken over. We're still under an embargo. I can't even buy those players we really wanted to buy on the last stream because we're still not allowed to yet. God knows how long this... Imagine we get stuck in a transfer embargo loop where we never get taken over, but we never don't get taken over either. He's... Not the tallest. Hang on. 5'10" with 5 jumping reach. George, what's going on? How have you managed that? Winds up opponents. God, who have we got that's likely to get a red card? Yeah, well, that's incredible. Wagstaff. I recognise that name. 25. Good physicals. Like, these are solid players, but you're right, they're not quite Real Madrid, Man City level guys. And this guy's been at Man United for years. He is actually insane, but probably can get at. As far as play. I don't know why I'm looking at their squad now when, let's be honest, they'll probably rock up with an entirely different lineup, right? So, ECL draw. Birkirkara, come on. Oh, FM. Oh, you pleasure me, sir, with your drawing ability. That is delightful. Birkirkara versus Olimpia Ljubljana in the quarter-final of the Conference League. Oh, How did they get there, by the way? Wolverconville, thank you for the 25 months. Love to bloody see it, friend. How's your Sundat going? Because mine's just got a lot better with that. I don't suppose they've got semis drawn yet, have they? Oh, they do! I know that it doesn't always work the same way in there, but I assume it does. So they would play the winner of Lyon and Club Brugge. Which, to be honest, the only way that could have been better is if maybe they'd somehow been in a position to get Genk and Aberdeen. But they could potentially play Owusu, I believe, if he's still there. Which he is. And he is retiring at the end of this season. Imagine if the final thing of his career was losing to Birkirkara in the Europa Conference League semi-finals. What possible dream? Yeah, they've got quality. Our biggest thing so far, Adam, is that we've got our Champions League draw, and it is, of course, Manchester United, because we can't have nice things. Does he want to do coaching? Even if he does, I don't know if I really have that ability. No, bro. He is dead set on doing nothing. Reconsider. Hang on, what? Hang on, I didn't realise that you could ask a player from a different team to reconsider retirement. Why would that be a thing? Okay, not good enough anymore. Oh, I mean, to be fair, Nathaniel, you weren't good enough when you were here the first time. Oh, that's a shame. Well, we learned something new, because I didn't know that you could try to convince a player that doesn't play for you to reconsider their retirement. Do you reckon you could just do a save where you have to go through and find players that are retiring, ask them to reconsider, sign them, and that has to be your entire squad if it's just players that you've asked to reconsider their retirement that didn't play for you at the time? There you go. New FM challenge. Very close. Maybe he's thinking of someone else. Either that or he just hasn't heard all the shit I've been talking behind his back. It could be a bit of both. The bookmark command, I believe it's Control D. I would say we can do it from here, but we can't. Let's just try it with Taratenko. Yeah, Control D. Retirement Home Challenge. There you go. Move over, Outcast to Icons. It's the Retirement Home Challenge. If I had to guess, it's probably a case that they almost never say yes. Or maybe will never ever say yes. The menu sort of doesn't do anything. Or it does, but it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance. It's like getting the Cavendish broken on Balatro. Right, I guess there's Europa League now. So, I mean, I did say that might be a good thing. So, I guess I can't really complain when I put that out there into the atmosphere. It's Hamron versus Sweetie. They are playing each other. I guess I did kind of want that. I guess what I was worried about is if we ended up getting like Hamron versus Newcastle and Sweetie versus, I don't know, Valencia or something, and then they both get pinged out. I guess this way at least guarantees us a full coefficient point, because we'll get 0.8 for the results of the games, and then progression to the next round for one of the teams should give us, I believe, the extra 0.2. So they've basically already guaranteed us 22.5 points this season just by that game existing. So that feels like there's a chance that we could have 3 teams in the semis. Well, we literally can't have any more than 3, but this is good. They draw both games. If they draw both games, it's the same, because that's still 0.8. No matter what happens, we're guaranteed 0.8 points. That's the beauty of it. FM's done okay for us today, I'd say. The only way this could have been maybe slightly more favourable would have been, say, I don't know, Hamron versus Rangers and Sweetie versus Red Bull Salzburg, maybe? But even so, Red Bull Salzburg, less so in this save. I believe it was the last save where they used to actually legitimately be ridiculous. Like, they would regularly get to deep into the chat. Kind of like what Galatasaray are in this save. That and FC Copenhagen have been that this year. Okay, solid. We can work with that, I think. The question now is... Oh, wait. Okay. Man literally hits continue one time. Consortium completes Sirens takeover. A consortium led by Victoria Rabat, based investor Clint Agius, obviously, has successfully completed a takeover of Sirens FC, replacing former president Rajan Ferrugia, who's been there for 18 years. Takeover happened raw. Agius revealed that he's delighted by the deal and indicated that he wanted to make a difference for the fans at Sirens Stadium. What does that mean, Clint? Right, I guess we're about to find out. This is where we get hit by the worst possible message that you can receive other than you're being... It's going to be he has no plans to introduce any investment at this time. All that for fucking nothing. Literally nothing happens. No further investment. What do you mean further investment? You haven't done anything, bruv. Derek Ladd, thank you very much for the 9 months. Oh, bloody hell. what's the point in even having this? Just, at that point, FM, just keep the same bloke. You just... It kind of sucks, because you'd think that at least it would throw you a bone and be like, oh, they're investing a minimal amount, and it's like this. That way you at least get something out of the takeover. Just a teensy bit, just anything. He's about to leverage the stadium up to the hilt, isn't he? Oh, God, what are they expecting now? Sign high reputation players? Piss off. Like, actually end yourself. That's high reputation there. Reach latter stages. That's all right. Although, in fairness, they probably won't update this stuff until afterwards anyway. But we could try. Once more position, that's cool. Once those players come back through our scout reports, we can remember who they are. Stadium club vision. I don't believe so, no. Do you have any tips on... So, I have... Oh, yeah, I have a video called How to Build a Nation in FM24. That's probably the one you need. Although there is some stuff that we've learned since then that's probably not in that video. But... Oh, the guy from... Oh, fuck, who was it? Was it Zagreb? I think it was Zagreb. It was like Zek, wasn't it? Alden Zek or something? That's the one. This guy here. Yeah, this is the one. He was the one we wanted to sign, but then we couldn't. Best mate is Calamari, I know! Just loves the squid. Clint is going to be used... Actually, before we talk about Alden Zek, I do want to have a look at the club vision and see if there is any things we can get out of them immediately, because sometimes, strike while the iron's hot and all that. Networking. Affiliate club. Go on. We want... I struggle... It's that, isn't it? Foreign youngsters. Also, why am I not dealing with the chairman? Why am I dealing with David Calamari? What's going on?
Bits. Consider this as some investment in the club.
And immediately, more investment than Clint has just provided us. Thank you very much, John. Asset stripping. Maybe. We're all going to end up out on our asses here. And all those titles have nothing to show for it. Yeah, it's weird. I'm so used to dealing with the chairman here. But we've got this middleman instead. He's like the Rasputin of Maltese football, concerningly. So I guess we just kind of click buttons until they say no. At this point, right? Because nothing's going to happen here. I think that it doesn't really matter who your chairman is, or in this case, your managing director. That couldn't sound like more 80s corpo. Yeah, so that's useless. Basically, until our reputation is 4 stars, we can't do anything else there, and it's like, it's hard locked. At least they consider us to be doing well. They don't care that we didn't win the Super Cup anymore. So with the league structure... Oh, really? What did you change? I actually don't know how the league structure works in San Marino, whether it's just like a straight-up league or whether they've got some crazy, funky system going on there, because for all I know, it could be easily that... Whoa, that's a lot of players. I love getting players called up for Micronesia, just for the memes. Morgan? All right. Not bad. At least we'll actually be able to pick up some signings today. Oh, speaking of, Alden. Bit of Alden ring. Spiteri, sure. Well, why not, Claudio, eh? Bit of that. Oh, was it really? What is the structure then? I just figured it would be kind of like a... How do they have... Is there even enough teams to have a funky structure? Is it possible to do it somewhere? I mean, it's possible to do it with any country. It just depends on how much patience you have and... Like, it's technically possible with any country, but there are some that are going to be so punishingly difficult that the point sort of loses itself a little bit, I suppose. Dominique Ja! Thank you very much for the prime as well. Lots of primes today. Thank you, friends. It's very kind. Yeah, to be fair, Malta's new system is a bit weird, isn't it? Massive playoff. Oh, really? Oh. Well, like Belgium, but on steroids. Oh, we can, yeah. It'll be Club Vision, won't it? Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's in finances. 85%. I swear it was lower than that before. I think it was like 60? We might ask them for a bit more, though, just because reasons. We've got loads of cash. It'd be rude if they didn't. Increase, nope. Oh, wait. Ah, there we go. Increased percentage transfer revenue. Oh, we don't get to actually talk to them directly about that. That would be silly. I daren't even talk about stadiums, just in case they do any silly bollocks. Might as well ask them for more scouts while we're here. Be rude. So what is the new system in Malta? Actually, for all of my management in Malta, we've been kind of on the base situation and don't really know what's going on with it. I haven't really paid much attention, other than that they were changing the structure slightly at the start of, I believe, this season, in fact. Something else to blame for the terrible performances. It was really annoying. What are the rules exactly? Ah, well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised about that, but still, I am disappointed anyway. Legal Dino! Thank you for the 19 months.
Hello, Chatto. Sadly not been around very much. I have now dedicated my life to finding my Mrs. Murderer. If anyone in chat can recommend someone, let me know. Sick wax.
See, I'm now concerned in many ways, because that sentence could be read in two ways. Either you're trying to find a detective or you're trying to find an assassin. Do you know what I mean? And neither is good in this weird way. It's actually two leagues a year. Oh, really? What? They've got the apertura and the clausura, or whatever it's called. A hairdresser, you say? No, never been to a hairdresser in my life. Top 10 goes to a playoff. That's mental. Imagine that. Assassin who murders, maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's little legal we're talking here. Oh, that's fine. That's totally fine. This is where you're like dead serious, and actually it's like a real sad time, and I've been dancing around for absolutely no reason. Need to have 2 Samurai players on the pitch. Oh my god. Oh, that's, yeah. I hate those ones that are like, that have specific requirements about what's on the pitch. It's like, because then there's nothing you can do to get around it. It's not even like fines you can pay. I assume it would just block you from going into matches if you don't play it, right? What am I even requesting? Oh, scouting, right. Of course you do. I guess this is the ultimate case of meet the old boss, same as the new boss. Wait. Other way around. You know what I mean. Although actually, that makes sense. That makes just as much sense now that I've noticed. Yeah, we're getting nothing of these. Japan changed their well, that went well. So much for that, eh? Have they even responded to the other one, or are they just going to ignore me on that one? I can't even remember what I asked for. Oh, transfer revenue. What should I do with the letters? It shows violence today. Wait, Rep says 4 stars.
Oh,
does
this
it?
isn't where I parked my car.
Oh, yeah. I swear to God, I saw before stream that definitely didn't say that. Jakey, thank you very much for the follow. I think what's happened is we've ticked over to having 4-star rep after I asked for the new affiliate club. Why is it only national as well? I swear 4-star rep is continental, right? Or were you like right on the cusp and it's not updated the syntax? During United, it's like, hey, you've drawn Manchester United, therefore your reputation is higher. Although there are in fact 3 national rep sides with 4-star. It's us, Gladbach, and Stade Rennais. Notice that we're still below Stade Rennais, despite, you know, the regular Champions League. To be fair, some of the teams were below still is absolutely unhinged. So we're still below Man United, obviously. Top of the 3.5-star clubs. Yeah, and now we are still technically that. We've just maybe crossed over a teensy little threshold. But maybe it's not the star rating, actually, that matters. It's the reputation signifier. So actually it takes us to have continental rep, but not for... Why don't they line up, by the way? This is driving my brain mad, right? If there's a step between these two, why is the text not the same? Like, why doesn't it tick over to continental at the same time as it becomes 4 stars? Who thought that would be a good idea, for crying out loud? I can understand there being steps within each one, but the idea that those two things are not related is absolutely wild. National's all of 3-star, isn't it? Because then it's like, not local, but... Or is it local? What is this nonsense? How are they regional and national at the same time? I'm just not sure that FM works that way. Do you know, I'm starting to think there might be some issues with this game. Oh dear. So, they just kind of are. They just kind of are. Morning, fams. Game's broken. Standard. Let me just get rid of all these. We know that Goodger's rep is the best of anyone else. They're the only one with 3. They are the only one with 3 stars. Then we've... Weirdly, it's so weird seeing Hamron, Sweetie, Birkikara, and Zabar all having the same rep. Nation of question. I guess that kind of makes sense. I just find it funny that we're not continental rep yet. Like, what have we got to do, bro? It must be because Malta, perhaps. Yeah, no, clearly neutral norming, which is absolutely asinine. Like, there's no reason for them to be divided differently when they're literally supposed to be demonstrating the same thing. In my head, this is just this, but in words. Yeah, Nashar down here with their 2-star rep. Apparently the same. Nothing to see here. Is this just any team that's ever been in Europe in this save? Because it feels like it. What are we doing in terms of facilities? Yeah, Bikikara truly are not that much better than anyone else, but it drops off real fast. Also, Melita in 3rd or 4th place here. They've just got really good youth recruitment, apparently. But yeah, anyone who's likely to come through at a different club is probably going to come through at Bikikara, because Hamron's youth recruitment is actually still shit. Derby National. That's true. But you think by now we'd have content. I'm hoping that we can get it at the end of this season, potentially. Oh, they went for it. Well, okay. So at the very least, we've got one thing out of them, which is we now keep all of our transfer revenue. But in my experience, it's hard to keep the full transfer revenue for very long, because the moment you buy anyone or sell anyone, they just change it back to you anyway. Oh, hello. Stockport County. Just weird seeing them mentioned in the same sentence as these guys. Hello. Ilyas Nasrola, great surname. Nasrola. Solid. Fairly expensive, but versatile. Man is... Oh, look at that. He's naturally like 4 different positions. And then like nearly 5. Okay, I see you. And then David Idden. Stockport cooking. Well, doing a little bit of chefing. And then Lubomir Pavlov. I started salivating when I saw that name. He's probably a false one, but even so, solid. We take that. And it's not far till next gen day. Hang on, is that the get? Oh, that's not... Yeah, I just realised what that is. Should just be that... Well, we should have to find the players, right? Luckily, those guys we were looking at would just come back through our scout reports today. We can just pick them up as and when, because there was another dude I really liked the look of as well. Zamit. What's this? Oh, Tarshin. Okay. Yeah, this squad is actually fairly basic now. It's mostly just guys from our youth academy, with a couple of exceptions. So I guess they're clearly the best youth talent in Malta, just not much else, I suppose. Yeah, I do hate the fact that the semi-final of the Cup is always on the last day of the international break. It is an absolute minefield. Palacios developing concerns. New contract. No, you're 34 years old, bud. Just no. Although I'm kind of curious to see what his agent would suggest. Yeah, no. Strengthen the team at centre-back. Bro, you literally pay... You play centre-back. The best way we can strengthen it was by actually selling you, bud. Scouts can't find anything. So the best thing you can do as far as that, rather than me explaining it, is do !RF in chat, and you will get a link to the video that is the video that I'm using, basically, to set up my recruitment focus. But bear in mind, that isn't how I really do my scouting. That's just like a sort of a thing on top. I do the team report scouting for the most part. So !team reports, I think. But that's how most of our recruitment is being done. The recruitment focus is just kind of on top of that. Yeah, I'm not going to extend his contract, basically. Hello, Skippy. Welcome in, friend. So the Bosnian. Now, I'm still going to wait till he comes back around again. I just want to get a proper... Because when he comes back around, it means there's another scout report done, and it might just give us an update on his stars. That's my only theory on it. Because I feel like when you scout a player that's already fully scouted, the second one always seems to come back with more accurate data for some reason. Yeah, I'm not going to extend Palacios' contract. He's 34. And my plan was to sell him this summer anyway, because we could probably cash in for like 10, 15 million, and he's 34. So he's losing a lot of physical ability. We'll see what the money's like in the summer, but he's only going to get worse from here. He's not going to get any better, right? So we'll see. Ooh, that's a cool badge. Laneros. That is such a cool badge. And apparently I already knew that because I've already scouted them. It has got sort of like... I'm getting Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron vibes out of him. Right. National B. Probably should check in on some of these as well. Bamba. So I want to try and keep Bamba happy if I can, because he's actually quite a good player. It's just he's never found a lot of space in this squad. I could do what I normally do, which is just where I threaten to sell him and then he's fine to stay. Did he really? Oh, fair. But yeah, the main way that we're doing scouting is team reports. So, oh, excuse me. Basically, getting team reports on any club that you think might produce some decent players, and then values. Yeah, they have. Yeah, just not as much as they could have done. So, the first 2 seasons after the value drop, they remained incredibly low and incredibly static. Whereas now, hello, Pog. A coffee? I could be persuaded, yeah. Are they going to be open? Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, fair. That'll be paying, yeah. The time is 10:46. There you go, plenty of time. And the Gardens was, yeah, almost certainly, but we'll check it anyway. But yeah, so as for the values, yeah, anyone else want a coffee, chat?
What's your drink order?
Yeah, get your drink orders in. Just tell Pog and she'll sort it. Be weird if I wasn't sorting out Envigado. Yeah. I think they're one of the first ones you get, actually, as it happens. But first 2 seasons, nothing really changed. Then an espresso. It's funny you say that. Isn't it sweet?
Espresso.
And this season, so season 3 of The Drop, if you like. Ginger Deity, thank you for the 21 months, friend.
What's up, big boss? What's your opinion of goldfish? Also, Pog, yours?
We talking the pet or the snack? Important considerations to be made here. I'm sure you would agree. Goldfish. Goldfish are like crackers, aren't they?
I like goldfish.
There you go. Goldfish, solid fish. A depresso.
I used to have goldfish.
Oh, they're not both. I guess they are. Well, I mean, if you're brave enough, yeah. Just dehydrated goldfish. How I felt this morning when I woke up. But yeah, so season 3 of the value drop, they have started creeping back up again. I need to just add value to this screen. Because I'm constantly switching to the other screen. Wait, this is where it's already on the screen and I've just been somehow missing it every single time.
Hot coffee or cold coffee?
Warm, actually. It's not particularly cold. It's not particularly warm out today, is it?
No.
Am I missing something? I swear it would have been in general. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, no. I'm sure I'm being stupid here, which is usually the case. Is it not under... Is it under transfer?
That's what they're saying.
Oh, it is. For some reason, in my head, it feels like it should be under general for some reason. We just move this along, just so we can keep an eye on this. Just having this on this screen is just so much more useful, because I used to constantly switch. But as you can see, the top-end value players at the club are a lot... Huh? Yeah. Caramel me. Love you. And just like that, she was gone. In a cloud of Pog. So... they're not where they should be. Like, let's be honest. Players like Krustev, if he's at Man United, he's worth 150 million pounds probably. So, but they're getting there. He has 111 caps. He's never scored. Palacio's worth basically nothing on account of his oldness, I think. He's worth 3 million, well, 3 to 6.4. Now, my hope is that, one, we get another bump in the summer, which we should do, which means his starting base may be more like 8. Then, with some bidding over the course of the summer, we could maybe get him up to 15 million, which feels like that's reasonable for a guy that would be 30, well, nearly 35 by that point. 25 for Saudi, maybe. It's just a question of getting lucky and finding a club that wants him. If you find a Saudi club that's desperate for your player, you can just absolutely rinse them. It's brilliant. Cut off for 18-year-olds becoming homegrown again. Oh. I don't know. Well, the cutoff is when they become 19. So essentially... I'm actually not sure I understand the question. Because, like, when it comes to the homegrown rule, basically, if you sign them before they turn 19, for the most part, then they will become homegrown. After they've been at the club for 3 years. And then with the European thing, you get them for... They could be... Hang on. They don't have to be called up. Sorry, they don't have to be registered in the Champions League. Actually, fee upwards. Really? Ooh. That would be definitely something to try in the summer. Gert's no longer pissed at me, which is nice. Our dynamics this year... Look at this. I don't even have to scroll on this page. I think we've done a pretty good job at keeping charge of the dynamics. Like, with a couple of little issues here. Like, one of these we can solve by just getting rid of a refee. Summer, maybe. Second season will just be like at 7-0. Holy Christ. Yeah, you're never winning again, unfortunately. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you are never going to win the Champions League now because you've used all your luck in that one game. Source, me, having that time when we beat Nordsjælland, what was it? Was it 13-0? Or was it 10? Was it 11? I think we put double digits past them. How dare I? Well, he's on quite large wages, if I recall. 25 million for Reynoso. I love that. Could it end up being 25 million when even the game itself considers him to be worth 30 to 40 million? Something in for... Oh, no, Anarith's here. I just have to say things like Alberto and Arifi, and that I can summon him. It's quite clever. I have that kind of power, you know. I don't want to abuse that power, but in the same breath, I will. Oh, it's Malta time. Also, you're going to like this, chat, right? Check this out. World Cup qualifying. Check this group out. Azerbaijan, Bosnia, Norway, Serbia. Like, they're not going to win the group. They're not even going to come second, but it's certainly not a bad group, and it feels like their successes that they've had in the Euros qualifiers has given them a higher pot for qualifying. And if Norway and Serbia were to guff this up, imagine Malta qualify for the World Cup. It just... Thing is, I'd get the opposite. If I tried to declare it to one of their players, it'd probably be like, you've actually agreed to sign them somehow. It's like a unilateral contract. Been Pavloved. Exactly. I assume I set not to attend that time. Yeah, Norway are very good. And unfortunately, with Malta repeating the mistakes of the Euros, it's tough. Maybe the next Euros, though, if they can stay high enough in this group, but unfortunately, losing to Bosnia was probably their biggest chance, because they needed to finish above Bosnia, really. They've got to become like third in this group to have any reasonable chance of getting a good draw next time around, because Norway are stacked now. As we did that, that is a song request, which is good. Rabbit junk. No, I do mind. I shall mind. Consider this me minding, damn it. What we got? One thing I will say about having a large loan farm is every day, pretty much, you're going to have to click through about 7 or 8 of these. Just out of the agreed position. And it's like, hey, you agreed that he'd be a wingback, when in fact he's playing as a wingback. One would agree. I think Azerbaijan is the one. Yeah, the thing is, I agree, actually. That group is a weird one because it's not like got stonking talent, but there's not like a real minnow. I mean, actually there is. It's Malta. That's the problem. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Fouad Babazi. Like, in the league this year, he may have only started a few games for us, but also I love how here it says he's 5-star potential, but here it's 3.5 and barely even that. Like, make your mind up, FN. Which makes me think it's somewhere in between. And you know what? If he's like 4-star PA, like actual 4-star PA in this team, I'd be taking that. Janusz again. So basically, the way I got the job was we added a new manager to the Malta job to take over. Then I then retired that manager, which then left the Malta job free, and then I then applied for the job with Janusz. We figured that was the best way of doing it, because that way the job becomes available. What I will say is be careful when doing that, because when I applied for the job, my board got super shitty at me, and were like, we don't believe you're capable of doing this. And I'm just like, well, we're not playing any matches, love. It's the summer. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to do it forever. I ended up having to genuinely press the, well, I don't think I could be able to continue my job if you don't let me do this. Because at the end of the day, we knew I was just messing around with stuff anyway, and if it hadn't worked out, I'd have just reset it. But, like, I was prepared to go that far to manage Malta. I mean, business. Padilla's back into rehabilitation. He's expected to resume full training in about 6 weeks. Never mind. Do we actually have an estimated return date for Padilla? I know that return dates in the medical centre are utterly useless. Yeah. Expected return date, 20th of April. There is no way in a billion years that he is returning on the 20th of April. I also find that this number just seems to get longer and longer and longer, which I guess does kind of make sense, right? But there's no signs of him playing anytime soon. We would be incredibly lucky if he might be back for the final were we to get there. But he's Taro Malassi. Has anyone heard from him in a while? Oh, that's so weird. Someone asking if we had Envigado on the team reports. What do we get through 2 days later? Envigado. Wild. Fabregas, thank you very much for the follow. Just want to make sure I got that right. Have a little look. Actually, we'll just do it on the other... Oh, hello. Couple of guys there. Might be worth a look. Back in 2 months. Haven't they been sent up for a while? Jimmy Castro, was he? Oh, no, he wasn't, was he? Oh, no, he was. He was that natural libero guy that we really like the look of, but he was too young to actually sign for us. Even though that doesn't look great, I think we'll just pick him up at some point anyway, just because his name's Jimmy Castro, and he plays for Espresso Rojo. I do wish you could nickname clubs. For my own personal delight, of course. Right. Okay, no top-end guy. Oh, actually, wait. Oh, Chile. Chile be cooking. Again. Would you believe it? It's the Universidades. The Catholic daddies. Jordan Baez. I mean, he has some hair going on. 19, though. And then... You're Chilean. Mikel Vidangossi. Okay. Any second nationalities in here? Nope. Peñarolian. Okay. Jaws go, oh, we got Man United. Because we're playing Football Manager, unfortunately. Manager of simultaneously coached the club and country. I don't know. Maybe? Probably in like smaller nations, perhaps. Can't picture around. I did nothing to Arifi apart from trying to summon you by saying his name. And it worked, more importantly. Yeah, potentially buying a Galatasaray afterwards, which is really good, but it's getting past United is going to be the real problem. I want to see... yeah, I want to have a look at this guy here. Because he's only 20. Resolute personality as well. Tackling's all right. Agility might be okay. FM. What are we doing here? That is... Is that because of the skin, maybe? I don't think it is, though, is it? Like, let's be honest. Every time I think it's something to do with the skin, it just clearly isn't. Oh. Okay. Forever says, well, yeah, but his hair... For all you know, his hair continues on. Forever. He's got perpetual hair. Ready for trophy spectacle. Cool. Did we check and see if there were any like big transfers throughout Malta? We did, didn't we? Because it didn't seem like the Maltese clubs were particularly... Yeah, that's the thing. Every time I doubt Sass, I'm like, why would I do that? That just makes me look like a moron. Who? Literally who? Leon? Julian Ramos. Oh, he's one of the new guys. Like literally this window, in fact. Which is... Good. We did check. All right, cool. Because I'm actually still slightly surprised that we're not seeing as much business from them. I think now that the values are coming back up again, though, that will affect them too, and it should start to hopefully see some more business. Like, I want to see some big sales occasionally from a Maltese club. Like, not too often, because obviously it'll weaken them. But I don't reckon it's going to be too long until we start seeing, like, a £10 million exit now. Because, like, Mamadov, for example, at Hammerin was worth nearly that amount. Crazy Brit, thank you very much for the 44 months. Super Ross McCormack. Does that mean that you've got a... Was it Ross McCormack that got stuck in his drive when the gate wouldn't open? Go on, Malta. Do us proud. There's always so much waiting. Oh, bugger me. Fairly close, then. Malta never seem to get battered anymore. That's all we can say. That's what he claimed, yeah. God knows what he was actually doing, but that's what he claimed was happening. Still unlocked up. Damn, I have a lot of promises, and apparently I'm doing great on them. Was it 9-1? Hang on. The biggest thing about that is the one that France conceded to Andorra. Must be like that England-San Marino one from back in the day. Oh, wait, what happened? They have surgery because her abdominals decided to be a... Oh, fuck, man. Dude, that sucks. If it makes you feel any better, and I can assure you it's not going to, the takeover did in fact happen. They provided exactly zero investment and nothing has changed because they haven't agreed to anything I've asked for them. So yes, we do have a new owner, but we may as well not have a new owner. All that promise that we were promised, nothing. No plans for investment at this time. We may as well still be in charge. Be cool if you could buy your own club. Like, you could just save up all money from your wages. Yeah, Miles, I can hear him literally waking up in a cold sweat now. And then buy the club. Yes, San Marino doing bits. Meet the old owner just like the new owner. Exactly. A wise man once said that, Don. Yeah, it did. Yeah, you're right. It kind of just built us up way too much. I'd have preferred if we just got the one where it's like, hey, here's a takeover, and you just get the takeover immediately and nothing happens. It's like, don't build me up for nothing. Oh, see, that's what you need. Why doesn't mine look like that? Also, I like the different colours. Way more of like variations in the colours on the players' ratings. I actually kind of like that, but I know for a fact that if I use something like that on stream, I'd have so many people bitching about it. I still to this day get people like randomly complaining on like YouTube videos usually about the attribute colours that I use. Like, just don't use them then, you know? Wait, that's half time. Well, damn. Okay then. Good luck to you, my friend. Expect a second half where, yeah. Cards make sense. Yeah, I mean, I think they do, personally. Manager salary, I don't know. You probably find, actually, Choo-Choo, that the highest manager salary you can get is probably very similar to the highest player one. It's just that you don't get it. So,
before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's
I don't know if there even is really a limit. I am only bitch around here. I think the FM community is just odd in general. I mean, I should know, right? JB Trolling, thank you for the follow. It's just like, people have the weirdest hang-ups about the way that you play a game in general. The same shade of one color. Yeah, that does my fruit, which is, to be fair, exactly how the game tries to set it up, which is why I can't stand it. I'm like, bruv, I need some differentiation, my friends. It's like, hey, look, it's green, but is he green or greener? Yeah, it's just, those are my favorite colors. I like, the reason I like them is because they're very disparate from each other. So I know that red is bad, yellow is mid, green is like good getting on for it, and blue is like, hey, you know? Get the highest salary you can. To be fair, I can't do that in this save just because money, right? I actually try to take the lowest. Sometimes I even knock salary off in this save just because to save the club a little bit of cash. Got to get that loan farm popping, baby. Yeah, Frimpers is not starting with that. I mean, nobody's fit because obviously it's international break. Oh, we'll put Oscar Lopez in. Oh, wait, he's already in. Wait, who did I... Oh, was it Birkeland? I should have put Birkeland in. I think he was the one that was actually fit. Yes, he is. I don't know why. I guess he must have not played for Norway. But basically can play, I guess. Oh, Jesus. I hate this one so much. More wages to the line from the team. I don't know. It's hard to work out because it doesn't actually tell you. It'd be cool if there was a graphic that just told you the amount of money that you're paying for loans, but I guess I can understand why they wouldn't put that in the game, because like, who realistically actually wants to see that information other than me and some of you? So, if we assume that everyone who's important player or squad player is a first teamer for us, right? That's about $1 million a week. The rest of them, it's probably about 50-50. Because obviously we've got 224 players on youngster contracts. Almost all of those are loan farm guys, and a few that haven't got loads yet. Future prospects, most of those guys have been in the loan farm too. The breakthrough prospect guys, they're definitely not in the loan farm, or unlikely to be in the loan farm. Although actually, they're on really cheap wages, so maybe they are. Fringe players, a couple of those might be here as well, but a lot of those are the contracts that get given to loan farm guys that are like 25 or older, same as the emergency backup dudes. Those are just loan farm chaps that are a bit older. I reckon we're probably paying about 1.1 million. Wait, no, hang on. We probably pay about £1 million in wages to our first team players and various other players around the club. Probably paying about 900 grand. Maybe 8 to 900 grand a week for the loan farm guys, which is actually okay when you consider that it's 300 players. We're paying 800 grand a week. That's like one guy in Saudi. That's exactly what Henry was earning, or whatever. Oh no, it's what Jezanovic is earning in Saudi. Saudi Recruitment is a downward graph. Basically because this is another useless screen in the game. So basically the way to think about this is, obviously not all of your contracts end in the same year. So some of them are going to end this summer, some of them will end next summer. So the game doesn't count, the game doesn't factor in the fact that you may just want to extend some of those contracts. So it's just assuming that all of your contracts are going to disappear, basically. It's another utterly useless screen, basically. Hey, Viva! Super regular starter? Apparently not, no. I think what happened there, basically, is we had some of them, but then they complained because they weren't regularly starting. And then I just had the chat with them and knocked their squad status down, and that's like the lowest you can have it on before they start getting proper shitty. So all the important players, they're basically all the star players, and all the squad players is everybody fucking else. Unfortunately, I can't see that picture, RGB, because what you've done there is shared an image from your hard drive. So yeah, that's not super smart. You might actually, let me just do that message for you. Wait, can I do that here? No, I can't. Okay. Twitch, they really need to work on the ability for me to actually help with that there, because I can't actually delete that message for you. Just hack. There we go. Cheers, Inferno. I think it's because for some reason the Twitch chat thingy I have never uses mod view. Can I turn it into mod view? No, mod icons. I genuinely can't. That's so weird. So I literally just did the stereotypical you've shown your mum something on a phone screen face, the little squint. Yeah, the project, basically anything that FM says is projected is worthless, basically. Lucas Juarez, where's Roy? Where's Roy? Is he really their top scorer? I could have sworn Roy had more goals than him in the league. Or is that overall? Yeah, Roy's there. What? Oh, there's Roy. Because he's an Inter. For 17.5. Well, there's your... there's your big sale, I guess. Why is he unhappy? How is he already unhappy? Like giving him the wrong squad status. They spent £17 million on him and then leave him out of the Champions League squad. Roy, what are you doing? Well, at least Sweetie got £17 million for a transfer. Holy God, 70 grand a week. He'll never declare for Malta now, but yeah, it is very classic AI clubs just not registering players. I wish we could buy him back. I bet he's worth about 40 million. £31 million. Why would he want less money? Oh, dear. What, in financial trouble? That's true, actually. What is their situation like financially? 20 million... How have you only got 20 million in the bank and you're still in a wage budget hole? What have you been doing? Sad times, actually. Yeah, we were literally just checking to see where Roy had been because we noticed he wasn't in Sweetie's lineup. And it turns out the reason he's not in there is because he doesn't play for them anymore. They did buy a £4 million guy and put him on 13 grand a week. But he's not a striker. He's one of those wingers that aren't wingers. Huh. Yeah, you're right. We must have checked before the deadline or something. So, in Paris. Oh, Olympic stuff, Hadrian. I'll literally just start. I'll show you one thing and you'll understand exactly what we've achieved this week. Get ready for this? Bang. Drink it in. Get your straw and slurp up the coefficient points. So you were complete? No way. This is season 22, Ostivan. That's amazing. Yeah, 21.5 points. We're guaranteed another full point as well because Sweetie and Hamron have drawn each other in the Europa League quarterfinals. So we're guaranteed to go to 22.5. I reckon 23 is my new target, but I actually think that 24 might be on the cards. And more importantly than this, right? So we've overtaken Portugal this year. We are not far off of Germany and Italy. There's a realistic chance that if things go to our plan this year, we could actually end up finishing third this year and going all the way up to third in the coefficients. And at the start of next year, potentially go second. Just out of nowhere. Oh, it's great. And now, of course, we will get battered out of the Champions League by Man United immediately, I suspect. But such is life. Particularly without Padilla. Brendan Cake. You know it's bad when you have to register Brendan Cake for the squad. I don't know how many points. I mean, the maximum you can technically award is 50. And I assume that's just like the theoretical max. No, that's surely not possible. I don't know how you could possibly get that. Unless you're Liechtenstein, I suppose. Wow, that was tight. 2 for Bizarma. Another one for Pebs. The Pebs has done well. I hear this so much, and I've never in all my time, touch wood, playing FM had a save get corrupted. However, you might be wondering why there wasn't a random Champions League video on Friday night. So on that topic, there I am, wake up Friday morning, primed and ready to go, hop on computer, see, I could see from Discord, FM's running just fine, click over to FM, oh, what's that? Yeah, it's not actually running, it's got the little Windows box saying that the game had crashed, but because I hadn't clicked crash or anything on it, it was still saying the game was running just fine. So yeah, I lost my sim because I forgot that I had my save settings from Sirens running, and that's the save after each game one. Obviously, I'm unemployed on that save, so there wasn't a game to save after. So yeah, that one's have to be later this week, unfortunately, which is disappointing. 33 coefficient points. Wow. So it probably is theoretically possible then if you were, say, in the Champions League, perhaps. I have no idea, Hadrian. The best thing about it as well is I run it again, no problems. I think FM just randomly... My suspicion, Hadrian, because I've had this happen a couple of times during random sims, and not just with like random databases that you've made. There was one I did, one I made. I reckon at certain things in that Windows backend shit just randomly interferes with some kind of memory or something that the game is trying to read from, gets messed up somehow by something writing in the background, and I think it causes issues. And it's like a sort of 1 in a million kind of chance. Well, not 1 in a million, but a thing that's happened a few times to me. Rob Roy, thank you very much for the follow. So yeah, unfortunate, but don't worry, we'll get the, I had everything sorted as well. I had all the thumbnails made, I had it all done. But I literally couldn't record the damn thing. So I just had to watch the Olympics and do admin. Which is suitably boring. Not the Olympics part, the admin part. It's a team draw, bro. It could be. Oh, it could have been a team draw. No, I'm fairly certain it's the memory. It feels to me like FM is really susceptible to that. Now, it used to be really bad. There was an FM, I think it was FM21, where on Intel-based systems, there was memory leak issues. I can't remember why the reasoning for that, but we had it happen during a showdown once, I think, with the host. Mindlessly watched, well, absolutely, yeah. And I was just like, it's Friday. Pog's coming home. We're going to order Dutty takeaway on a Friday because Dutty in midweek or non-weekend days hits different. Particularly as we were going out for dinner with my sister and her partner last night, which was absolutely banging. We went to see this show called Six, which is about it's like a musical about the wives of Henry VIII. Very mid. I'll be honest with you. Very, very mid. Who are you? I thought it was okay. It was very, very short. And very expensive for how short it was. And I wasn't that impressed. Although it was funny in places, and the singers and actors were amazing. So good. But it just perhaps wasn't quite for me. I was getting a crash ball. Yeah, it's so weird when you get like the crash and then you do the exact same thing again and it just works perfectly. It's so strange, isn't it? Very competitive. I love the support that Leon Marchand was getting because he won 4 gold medals already. Is he in any more events too? Yeah, Showdown was fun. It's just the problem with him really is I don't think he's got any ceiling. I think he's probably as good as. Oh wait, hang on. He has a release clause of 400 grand. Wait a second. Oh, they've changed it. Now, if he was 400 grand still, I'd have 100% done it. That's mad. I did watch the trampolining on Friday afternoon.
They are building it now.
Big up Bryony Page. Absolute beast. Although I felt really bad for the Chinese gymnast who, I don't know if you saw the trampolining, but she landed very fucking awkwardly. When she clipped to the back of the mat, her legs came up because she landed on the side and her neck just went. I think if she was a little bit taller, she could have been in real trouble there. Jiffy, thank you very much for the follow. It was, but yeah, Bryony Page, I'm so happy for her as well. Yeah, Summer McIntosh is absolutely phenomenal as well. I'm really enjoying the Olympics. It's good. We're to school with you? No way, that's dope. So the reason I had such an interest in trampolining is because I actually used to, a little bit of mat law here. I used to do trampolining as a kid, like not like just like going to a place with trampolines. Like, it was like a thing I did. I went to trampolining, in the same way you'd go to like hockey or I was like a trampolinist for a while. But then one day I fell really awkwardly, winded myself and jarred my back. And being a kid that was easily discouraged by things, I never did it again, which kind of sucks because I kind of wish I'd stuck to it because it was really fucking fun. Would highly recommend. Was penis hitting the bar? No. In this Olympics, I was the trampoline. Yeah. The main Olympics. I guess it's like all right, Andrew, let me put it in FM terms for you, right? What's the point in having a youth team if I can put my 16-year-old regen in the starting 11? It's sort of the exceptional talent, I guess, isn't it? He's broken his spine, chat, literally. Now, it was like some move we had to do, and I just got a weird bounce, you know how it goes. Landed on like the side part, and back then it was a lot less safer because it was the 90s. And just, not comfortable. Just to say, I swear you could be under 16 for the Olympics in certain events. Wasn't there a 14-year-old skateboarder? Back in my day, chat. Exactly. Hey, it's an... chat, it's am an omen. Sirens 2. Wait. Yeah, we've just beaten Man United's under-19 squad. That's ridiculous. How are we doing that? Yeah, I know. And then I became an FM streamer. My life's been downhill since. Shit, Don. Have you... Oh, FM, why do you want to ruin it like that? Could I... Actually, I might be able to copy the image. FM's like... not FM. Twitch is weird about this. For some reason in my database, it doesn't let me click the links in it for some reason. What are we doing here? I don't even know what's going on. Oh, dear. I'll refund your points for that. Frank Doumbia. Really? Actually, we'll come back to those in a second. I'm going to go with... Imagine if he's... Oh, wow, what a great name. Jethro Janga. 39 million quid? Where does the Netherlands get off with this nonsense? I mean, he is absolutely ridiculous. But also 39 million pounds at 19. Still going to scout him. I just want to see what he looks like, the rest of his attributes. But fuck me. 18 finishing. Do you know what? He probably is going to be a GOAT. That's... Oh, Pachuca. Hang on. Did I just see Figueira? Telstar made it. I know. That's good news. Figueira, number 3 on the next gen list. And it makes complete sense. I think he is a future star. It's crazy how much he's developed just in this one season on loan at Goodyear, and how he's probably been the best player on loan. I thought he could be, yeah. It's certainly... Wait, Swanee's in there. Oh, he is. Okay, that's good signs. Guy at Vitesse is... Oh, hang on, I remember this name. Marnix Binken Shiertes. You can't go wrong with a Marnix Binken. It's just... Babase is on there too. Oh, okay. Don't know why I'm scouting him. We're never going to be able to afford him, but... Guy at Leipzig, he'll be a... who's he wanted by? PSG. Okay. I just want to kind of get an idea on him properly. Dutch version of MP. It is a bit... Oh, Ramos. Just kind of good player. Yeah, these are the kind of... I'm noticing how they're all 19 apart from this guy who's 17. Which is intriguing. We've got Mr. Zimmerman here, who's 18, is he? Yeah, Dominic Zimmerman. 62 million... Jesus Lord, Dominic. Still scouting for the memes. Paniagua? Oh my Christ. Hello, sailor, indeed, Paul. Yeah, if you do an exclamation mark skin Wenty in chat, you'll get the skin that I'm using. Well, we're definitely signing him. Holy Christ. Look at his fucking technicals. Paniagua, bread and water. Is that what that means? Love it. Oh, the best thing is, though, Hadrian, he can't even jump, which means he can't even jump out of the van. Look at the balance. Poor passing and jumping. Poor passing. He's 11 jumping. Sorry, poor passing. 11. Oh, mate. I know, passing only 11 at 19. I like him a lot. In fact, I like him so much that I'm actually tempted to sign him now. And just take a punt. And it's called Kevin. I like the idea of an Argentinian called Kenny. Kenny? Called Kevin. It's a... you're fine. You got me. You'll have your 5 million. 5 million. Well, no longer... It's no longer nothing. Oh, sorry, right. It's nothing to us now, but it wasn't for a while. Babase, just nice to see him on here. It's good signs. Swan, obviously, ignoring the PA, I think his attributes are really good. Yes, we've overpaid for him. Absolutely. But I still think that he is better than that suggests. And I think I've got high hopes for Swanthony. Seems to have done okay on London as a bar, even if he definitely did overpay. Ukrainian Abras. Now, I haven't seen a Ukrainian yet. Firstly. So that's interesting. American to see a quick... True, but he's from... Is he the guy... He's the guy from Grants Pass, I think. Oh, there's the standard mid-Saudi. Jay Crompton. I'm convinced his first name is actually going to be Jay as well. Elite Coventry fan. Thank you very much for the follow. Joshua Crompton. I'll scout anyway, but unfortunately Sheffield United kind of rules us out there. Ooh. Guy Girona on loan from Manchester. Why did I not just assume that? If they're playing at Girona, they're almost certainly on loan from Man City. Yeah, the fact that Figueira is mentioned in the brief is dope. Barca are buying guy. One of them usually is. Let's have a look at Gambo. Okay. One of them is, but it's not him. Watch him be absolutely goated. What about... he's buying 2. Class Dirol. Worth a scout. Got quite nice mentals there from what we can see anyway. Gambo number 40. Got L'Orient. Oh, you have a... I mean, you're so expensive. We'll scout you anyway because I'm curious. But what a name. Gautier Le Calvez. I bet he's born in somewhere that's got a fancy-ass name too. Oh, look at that. L'On Division. Yes, sir. He's very French. Oh, we got a Baker here. Gustavo Baker. I think we've looked at this guy before, right? Because he was from Newport Beach. Yeah, I remember that. Hilton. I quite like Hilton too, actually. Quite expensive, but some nice attributes there. The Land of Vision. I don't mind a bit of Hilton. Forbes from Troyes. He's probably on loan from Man City as well. Oh, hello. Stefan Lisinski. 11 caps for us. Bulgaria is cooking lately. Rob Hilton. Rob Hilton was that English centre-back we had, right? We've got a guy called David here at Norwich. I still haven't found this Ukrainian chap yet. So Johnson David. None of this David Johnson nonsense. We've got Johnson David. This is like Collins John and John Collins all over again. Who are you wanted by? Liverpool. All right. Quite expensive. Oh, hello. Tabakaru's on here. Yeah, the libero guy that just didn't quite work out because he just didn't quite have the ceiling, I don't think. But it's nice to see Tabakaru mentioned. He's got 10 caps for Romania already. He may only have 8 goals this season, but he is playing in a truly awful team. McKenna is one of the Northern Irish massive, who are genuinely massive. Lewis Linus, we looked at him last year. I recognise the name. You seem new. Thomas Corniaris. Yeah, I don't know much about... Oh, is that a Scotsman? Oh, it's a Fernandez. Oh, okay, we've got options here. Fernandez. Juan Manuel Fernandez. I reckon he'd be a trap. It is. It's like at least double digits for sure. Yeah, I do hate that it's just like full of 19-year-olds. I get that, like... It feels like... It used to be more varied, but now it's just everyone who's 19, and it doesn't seem to... It seems to take into account far too much of how many games they've played over that period. And obviously, if they're 19, they're going to have played more because they're older. And it just kind of doesn't include the other guys. It's Timmy Broadbent. Imagine if it was. Oh, it's Tommy Broadbent! That's not far off either. Tommy Broadbent! Where's Minty? Of course he was born in Blackburn. This guy here, Jean-Michel... This guy was definitely on it last year because I remember making fun of his name. Or Jean-Michel Munoz Coombs. And then another Hernandez. But this time it's Alain Hernandez. How much was Tommy? Damn, Tommy is cheap. We have a look at him too. Joshua Cushion? Jordan Cushion. How dare I? With the gifted sub to Ruined Fat. I assume all these individual gifted subs are getting that Apple TV Plus because I don't blame you, man. On Friday, again, while I was doing that admin, I was like... I might as well get myself the 3 months of Apple TV. So I was like, who's live? Ah, RDF's live. Enjoy your gifted sub, RDF. Oh. And then Reto Bocons is ours. We have got quite a nice mix of them. We've got Aspar, Oscar Aspar. Fun name to say. Don't disagree. That Dretz is obviously... I think he might be an annoyingly good player one day. That cheeky little agility there. Oh, you get it free anyway. Oh, nice. It was a pain in the arse trying to redeem the damn thing. Oh, is this a new one? Gadi Virueta. He's Mexican, but that doesn't sound like a very Mexican name. Or just one I'm not familiar with. Okay. Haven't been the best. Maybe it was just a bad year. Maybe that's why that's my excuse for us not signing as many players this year, potentially. Where's he from? Okatlan. Oh, no, I think we did look at him because he's 19 again, right? Ah, there's the Ukrainian dude at number 36. Last long enough for a season 2 of Silo. I don't know, actually. When does season 2 of Silo come out? Daddy Virtue? Oh, we'd 100% call him Daddy Virtue. There's Capone here. Emmanuel Capone. We would call him Al, obviously. Wouldn't not be done. Lush Bay! Thank you for the tier 1 at 41 months
of looking
Holy
at
Lord.
loan signings. Damn.
Oh, it's just what we do, isn't it? It's just part of our culture. Oh yeah, this is the guy we've had on the list for ages because he's kind of good. It's just that 8 million. November. I think it expires. The one I used expired on the 7th of November. There is no UCL trophy, no. Because we just cannot seem to get over the hump of being absolutely run through in random games. As if this guy made the list. The fact that he did, though, makes me want to look at him more detailedly. Mikita Sachko. Good jumping reach, 6'1", good on both feet, good tackling. Heading's not great. He might be better than he looks. Yeah, next year is going to be great because it is all just 19. Ah, here we go. Finally one that isn't 19. In fact, wasn't this guy one we actually quite like the look of? Yeah, Nazareno. But he was only 17 last year, so we couldn't sign him. I bet that's PSG. It had to be. I think we just go for this guy now. Oh, for sure. He feels like an attribute guy. His attributes are better than that. So we definitely take Mr. Nazareno. Sneak in before PSG do. They'll probably demand a bit more than 2 million, but... Or not. Okay. Yeah, we're just running out of regens now. Wait, really? Guzek's on here? Like, he's fine, but he's not Emmanuel Capone. El Capone. Good. Yeah, so Przemysław Guzek. I guess it's because he's been playing. Although, you can't be playing that. Oh, no, you can, yeah. And this guy, Fixdal. He was the guy we kind of like the look of, but now I'm a bit worried that actually he's like maxed out. I want to scout him again, but he was one of those really good-looking Norwegian players that I'm not sure he's really developed much. What else we got? Last one. Oh, Christ Silla, really? That's interesting. Because he's not played for us, but obviously he's played for Penafiel. Yeah, Harley Edmund, we already know about him. Is there anyone who's not 19 on this list? There's a couple of 18, and there's one 18 right towards the very back. Yeah, it's just pure game time, innit? We've got Alberto Capozzi. Brazilian called Israel, standard. Oh, an Austrian. Israel Reckberger. Me when I go to the, well, any place that sells burgers. He's got good physicals, but I'm concerned that his technicals might never catch up if he's not got the PA. Lunadon. Good name. Christian Lunadon. Swedish-Italian. Like that for him. Norwegian new team. I mean, we are scouting every club in Norway pretty much. He is cheap as shit. That's very true. So if he's any good, we'll definitely pick him up. There's another Brink. We already have a guy called Brink, but he was from Silkeborg. Mr. Eyebrows here, by the way. For £1 million, yeah, I still want to scout him though. Like, I'm happy punting on guys that are. Oh, he's on there from Fiorentina. God damn it. I got excited then. I thought a guy from Nacional would be interesting. There's definitely some. I'm most excited about that guy. The guy, I would say. This is the one that's really intriguing to me. Particularly by signing him, we'll at least get a little bit more information. Oh, and Nazareno as well. I think this is a nice little bit fringe player. Ah, oh, that's annoying. But we move. He is a wonder kid, and he is Argentinian at least, so I can still hit him with the old. The whole fringe player stuff, though, is a bit. I think it's probably just because he's 19, and maybe he's on the fringes of an international cap or something. Actually, that seems unlikely. Then again, if Juarez has got international caps, then why not this chap, right? Affinson. I think we've looked at Affinson before, but I will check. In fact, I'm almost certain that we've looked at Affinson before. Because if I believe he's called like Alf something. Squad player. What the fuck? Why are they demanding such weird... I mean, I think with him, I'll still happily do this just because... Okay, no nearly range wise. I don't think he's going to play that much for us anyway. With him, he might end up being a flip. Yeah, Puli's at Melita. There's so many of the loan farm guys. The takeover did happen, but unfortunately, it also meant absolutely nothing for us because it was a meaningless takeover in the end. Yeah, Anfinson. This guy here. No, wait. Also, great name. Hans Orga Anfinson Sepaja. That's definitely Finnish, right? Nazareno, he was the guy from... Where is he? This guy here, Tor Andre Anfinson. We were a bit perturbed because of his, well, one mercenary personality. And he's just... I just wasn't entirely convinced by him. I think they wanted quite a lot of money, if I remember. Well, not a lot of money, but money that I was like... Could it be better spent elsewhere? Probably not, honestly. Yeah, Nazareno is the guy from Independiente del Valle. Hadrian's broken his back. He's quite literally broken his spine, chat. From each European final. Holy shit. I mean, we could technically still do that this season. It's not undoable. Just retire now, bud. It sucks that I'm not allowed to... Oh, now I could finally offer you something. The problem is... Oh, shit. I nearly accidentally closed OBS then. Let's find out where we've got a space for Hadrian. I think we've got some space in the under-19s. But not for the manager. Spinal cast and a job. It's the dream. Just want to make sure we've got space. You could be an assistant manager. Under-19 assistant manager. Right. I should better go back into the contract negotiations. Right, okay. So, coaching. Under-19 assistant manager. Go on. Please do it. Yay! Hadrian's in. Done it. Just Does that say the joint minus 4th highest in the league, or is this... I love that we've got 2 injuries. One of them's Haitian, one of them's Padilla. I still love the fact that... you may have missed this, I'm not sure, actually. Stefan Alic has used his loan farm, and we've managed to bring him in as a coach. So there's a chance that Stefan Alic could actually be out there helping the youth of tomorrow.
14 months.
Ninja check-in. Thank you for the 14 months. Right, now I can look up Fred Dubia. It's just scenes. And we looked him up on a whim, I think, after Pebble. I think, wasn't it right after Pebbles got sent off after 6 seconds? We were just trying to find other players that were a bit like that, and then we just, yeah, randomly saw him. Wait, Doumbia, not Do. I'm not seeing a Frank Doumbia. Maybe it's just straight up Frank. We should look for Doombias. There'll be loads of those, though. I'm not seeing a Frank Doumbia. I'll refund your points, because... Did you notice what team he was at? No, still not won a Champions League. One day. It'd be weird if we somehow didn't in the entire save. I don't think I've had a single FM that I've never managed to win the Champions League on. Usually you get a few. Oh, mentoring month in review. Right then. So for those who missed this, either last stream or the stream before, I decided to set up mentoring again. Was Babasi the one that we wanted? He was, wasn't he? So, Fickle Boy collected some positive influences as well as some negative ones. His sense of sportsmanship has increased, but he's less adaptable. Right. So basically his adaptability has gone down in the background, but his sportsmanship has gone up. 2 things that we weren't really asked about. Because all we really cared about was trying to get his personality to be slightly better, but this is where we go in there. At least he hasn't gained some gopping PPM that we didn't want, right? Let me just check on the... I think it was Babasi, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. So at the very least, it is actually affecting the player that we wanted him to work on. So at the moment, he is still fickle, but he is in a group with 2 professionals and a model citizen. So hopefully, we can get him a little bit better. Ambition, adaptability. Yeah, that's not too bad. I just like things like his professionalism to go up. That's the one thing that we really want to go up. That's the whole point of this. Then again, fickle, he could still have okay professionalism, but I'm not sure he can. Well, because his media... Actually, did his media handling change by any chance? Media friendly, no. So it's not reserved, evasive, or unflappable, sadly. I want to see one of those in there at some point, if we can. So, yeah, he's literally trading background stats. Meaningless things, essentially. Oh, you'll blatantly get a dwells. It will just happen. But I thought we'd give it a go, right? What's the worst that could happen other than all of those things? I just want to make sure there's not someone crazy that I'm forgetting in this. I don't think they are. I need to update that at some point as well, actually. Hey, Thara. Let me just... Wait, are they all extensive? Oh, no, it'd be silly, wouldn't it? Oh, they kind of are, actually. Wow. I suspect there's some players that have snuck in here that we didn't want anyway, but... Oh, maybe not. Hot dog. Any stupidly expensive ones that we can immediately remove? So, you. Hugh Zhou, obviously. Isn't this guy got like a horrendous injury? Yeah, damaged spine, of course. There's some good free Brazilians, which is always nice. You're just simply too expensive, but I tell you what. I do wonder if he's like a potential Padilla beater one day. Although I'm a bit worried that his physicals are just as bad. Then again, what was his personality? Unflappable, unambitious. All right. Put down the expensive... To be fair, I did drop like a lot of money on a Brazilian last stream. This guy here is that Romanian guy, isn't he? Good pace. Normal, not so much normal. They're getting better. Slowly but surely. Abandoning to learn? Yeah, I'm just wondering... Actually, will even... I mean, he's Spanish, so he probably would sign for us. The wages are fairly reasonable. He feels like the type of player that would probably gain value just by being here, so it's probably not a bad bet. Is he worth... I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll find out when he signs for us, and he's worth 2.7 million or something. Tom Grandmark. I mean, Grandmark's just a fun name. Technicals are very, very, very limited. He's only 16, admittedly. Low tackling. Crossing's all right. But I think he'd end up being quite a lot. What about it? It depends on how you're choosing it. So, like, basically the way I choose it, generally speaking, until the age of 23, I choose weaknesses. So, for example, with this guy, if I was to sign him, which we're obviously not, we can see that he's already got good crossing. So we're not going to be looking at that straight away for his age group, right? So I'll be whacking this guy immediately on defensive positioning, which will work on his marking and positioning. They all sometimes complain, but if they're still training well, you're okay. So, for example, Babasi has been constantly bitching at me about with the fact that I've got him on that, but his positioning is gopping, so I have to sort that out. But he's still putting in 8s to 9s every week in training, so I know that there's no big issue. Now, were I to put him on a training that he was totally happy with, it might be up to a 10, but I feel like I'd much rather him be slightly less happy, but still working really hard on training I want, rather than Vegas stuff, basically. It's pronounced crap. Big bad wolves here for you. Yeah. We've got Daniel Donut, who I just love his name, but I'm not paying a £14 million release clause, which is what I assume this is going to update to the moment I say, oh, it's still an awful lot of money. Oh. I mean, I think people talk at all sorts of speeds, right? It's just not from where they're from mostly. It's just from how their speech is. And I just talk very, very fast. It is a side effect of my brain. Guillermo Lamana. I'm not liking the Nganch, or as Nana would say, Nganchi. He's very physically limited. And I worry that that might be really holding him back. I think if he was like under $1 million, I'd probably try and pick him up, but I don't think he's going to be somehow. I suspect they're going to demand the 2.6 straight away. Or even more than that. Yeah, no chance. We've got Mr. Forsey at Man United, who's well out of our price range. That guy's quite cheap, the Excelsior dude. I say quite cheap. He's not that cheap. Wage is just too high. National Enganches. Very rarely, because remember, what essentially a National Enganche is, as you know, is, hey, this guy's really good technically, but boy, can he not run. Like, Phelan Banco. Ooh. This guy here. Aragon. And he's called Aragon, which is dope. So this is what Ecuador, you say? Wingback. Do you know what, right? For what? So these guys are like non-league, you say? Oh shit, yeah. Club Deportivo Filan Banco. Oh, good badge. Love that. Do you know what? He's not bad for non-league Ecuador, is he? And Pog has arrived. The dream. Not the coffee, you. You're the dream. Yep.
Got to the car park.
Oh, hang on, chat. Pog's got law.
And I went to pay for the parking.
Mm-hmm.
So they want 50 for all day.
150 all day. You love to see
and
it.
then it said approved and everything. And I got the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to Costa and it said declined 150.
Really?
Yeah. So I got free parking.
Wait, you're saying you got free parking? Oh, because it still gave you the ticket.
So I gave me the ticket.
Nice. Pog, you're a criminal. Arrest this woman.
So if you need parking, there's no parking today.
Why would I need parking today?
We've got parking to 6.
Oh, the bloody... Oh my god, that's actually really warm still. Well played.
I'll put some heat in, so I'm sweating.
Ah, fair. That was silly of you.
Tissue.
You want tissue, yeah? We're back with Ecuador. Oh, really? No way. Holofab! How's it going, man? Holofab.
Hi, Holofab.
Sorry. Sorry, I just thought that was Hadrian because your name's both start with H and you have the same Twitch colour. How's it going, man? If we can sign this guy now, he may not sign for us yet. He will. All right, cool. That's fun. FC Northern Rock, even better. Deportivo Northern Rockius.
I'm gonna go sit down.
Okay, Pog. What time's your train?
11:57.
So in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, I can leave in like 5 minutes. So.
Fair. 4.3k. Absolute bargain. We take that.
Right, I'll say bye now.
So you finish at 10?
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, love you.
Low. Those are all my Olympic medals, yes, as you know. For Olympic class Wempery, bronze medal every time. Expectations probably just like mid-table mediocrity, honestly. But that's okay for a little bit. It depends. Actually, we'll see what we do with the rest of our recruitment, right? Because I'm actually quite impressed with it so far, even though it took a while to get going. Predrag Markovic. I do like his attributes. Actually, I'd like him a lot. He has lovely physicals for this role. With Olympic medal in town planning. Yes. Yeah, no, I could see that. When's FM in the Olympics is my question, right? Maybe this is what FIFA E is like the beginning of. See you in 2028, chaps and chapettes. And let's be honest, though, even if there was an Olympic sport for FM, I sure as shit wouldn't be qualifying for anything. Like to see Fulham. I mean, I'd like to see Fulham win the Premier League. I just don't think it's realistically likely to happen. I think that pushing for Europe is nigh on impossible for most teams these days. Like, I'd obviously love us to do that, but I just don't think it's a realistic. I think our chance to do that was probably last season, as in not the one we've just gone, but like last year. It's almost like we're into next season now. Markovic does look good, doesn't he? Another nation. We were unsure, but it does look like that, Kevin. Yeah, we're looking at Poland with Wisła. Wisła Krakow, not Wisła Płock. Pole voting advert. Now you're talking. I'll be all over that shit. Markovic has got the elite level physicals. You know, you're absolutely right, and I think I'm going to buy him. But Apollonia days, yeah, exact. Oh shit. Okay, he is shortlisted, so we'll go back in for in the summer because I definitely want that guy before he turns 19. Yeah, I just feel like I had like unfinished business with Poland, and it does feel like. Hang on, have I got 2 lids on here? Hang on, Jack, 1 second. I'm fairly certain there's 2 lids on my coffee cup. It's like when you get an extra nuggie. There we go. Just get that on properly. Bit of liddening. The rare double lidder. What? You don't need anything else in your life today, chap. You've got the double lidder. Oh. Apparently so. She's getting mad lids. Crazy times. Basically, the reason I noticed it is because the drinky hole was like slightly obscured. The one underneath had twisted slightly, and I couldn't drink properly. There you go. It's like a double rainbow. The drink goes everywhere. Yeah, that's why I was being real damn careful. Look at him eventually. Wait, who am I looking at? What have I done? Read chat for once. How dare you read chat for once? What have I missed? Frank Dumila. Oh, it's this guy here. After all that, it was this guy. Read chat for once. Sir, I've been accused of reading chat far too much, some might even say. I once missed a goal against Maribor because of it. Yeah, he's decent, actually. Resolute personality. The only issue with him is the price. His Union Saint-Gilloise is the issue here. There's been some proper good highlights of the Olympics this year in general. Do you want to see you guys continue, maybe? Yes, Inferno. What have I done? Wait, hang on. Did I miss something there? Called Roman Revolt. No, there fucking isn't. What? I think he's just slightly out of our price range at the moment, unless we got a lot of cash all of a sudden. Wait. Oh, this guy here. Roman Revolta. So his name translates to Roman Revolt. Ignore chat for 4. I could simply not do that. I would not be able to function properly without talking to chat. I'm very lucky that I have enough viewers that there's always something in chat that I can respond to and react to, because it would be very difficult otherwise. I'm not that good at this job, as you know. David Eden. I do like Roman Revolt as a player. Do you know what? If he's not ludicrously priced, he might be fun. Polonia again. Like I said, we're doing Wisła Krakow because they're second tier and are in Europe. Struggle for 5 minutes. That's happened a few times. Like when the chat breaks, I have to start flapping. Oh, why would you do this to me, Roman? Fine, I'll pay it. Only for the memes. Roman Reigns without a success. Yeah, Dumoulin, I'm not super convinced by it. I think the price is what's really letting him down a little bit. There's Pavlov in there as well. I mean, school. So he's gone to school for the votes. Eber Crispin. I get the feeling he'd be a proper disappointment and be an expensive disappointment as well. Yeah, no, Wisła Krakow seems to be not even the front runner. It's just the perfect scenario for a second-tier side, good team, but are playing in Europe first season, which would be absolutely catastrophic and kind of funny. He's not bad, actually. You know what? For Stockport County, ignoring chat. Every now and then I'll do it. I'll get on a point. I'll start. You know when it's happening because I'll start looking into the camera. I'll go into what I like to refer to as YouTube mode, where all of a sudden everything I say has a veneer of competency to it. I no longer fall over my words. I have the vocabulary of a very verbose man. All of a sudden, I just stare straight into your soul. I say things that you wouldn't expect me to say, like syncope. In other words, such as that. I drink my coffee easily. I'm dropping bars on you today, as you can see. But I can't do that for an entire stream. There's just too much work for my brain. Yeah, I only managed size red and blue, and they play red. Exactly. Have I? Yeah, because Tromsø was red, Treaty was red, MTK was blue, Sirens is blue, Polonia was black and red, I guess. I go to the theatre. To be fair, I did go to the theatre yesterday, as it happened, but I had probably more fun in the Canadian sports bar before. Get low recommendations. Basically, ignore the when you say recommendations, you mean these or the this? Because if it's this, ignore this. This may as well. You could honestly remove this column if you had the opportunity, and it would not change. Your life would not change at all. I'm a jet setter, you know. Yes, I was down in London town yesterday, paying £7 for a pint. Over 20. Oh fuck me. That's actually really shit. Ice Warrior. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Unless this is like an elaborate joke. But nevertheless, assume it's genuine until you find otherwise. That just absolutely fucking sucks, man. I don't even know what to say. I don't even have a wife yet. Wish it was. That really does suck, man. I'm sorry. We're here. Or if you're Hadrian, we're here. Sorry, you can't misspell things in chat and not have me do that. I'm sorry. It's yeah, that's just kind of shit. I wish I could say more other than just try to focus on you, I suppose. I know that's, I mean, it's almost impossible to, I can completely empathize, but it's almost impossible to provide anything of usefulness at that point because I am so out of my wheelhouse, you know? But my thoughts are with you, friend, and I would say that we could sign some fun players to help, but it just doesn't help, does it? It just doesn't. I couldn't imagine what it would be like if I didn't have a POG, you know? Better times ahead, exactly. As much as it may not feel like it. What was that phrase that I always trot out? It'll be alright in the end, and if it's not alright, it's not the end. I know it doesn't always work out like that, but I suppose it's something to hang on to, right? Yeah, I can distract you by being horrendous, if that helps. I mean, it probably doesn't, but, you know. 107,000, fair, good, solid. I think that's about how many we are, actually, on. 57 leagues, holy shit. Stars mean, yeah, so the stars basically, all the stars mean is that you have a lot of players loaded. So if you load 110,000 players the way you have, but you're loading it through like making the leagues playable, it will be slow as balls. If you load them the way I load them, where you only load the players and not the league itself, then it will be as if you've only got a couple of leagues switched on. The stars are irrelevant. It just basically chooses the star based off the number you've got there. I've watched way too much of it. That makes sense. I feel like I'm an acquired taste, kind of like the sea urchin, you know? I am the sea urchin of streamers. Based on the number of fixtures, I'm like, yeah. Well, I mean, that's how it actually works, but the number that it gives you is based on exactly just how many players. And it would depend on your setup, yeah. Low price without loading. If you do exclamation mark database, my video will explain how to do it. But essentially, you're using a custom database setup that you can choose which players to load, and then that means that all those teams that you load those players from will still have those players, and they will also regenerate regens at those clubs too, which is the crucial part of it. Even a CH blind badge. I feel like Don has picked up the mantle that Rob has left recently. Or Jack. Oh, it's good. We need that. I need that levity. I need to be told I'm a bad boy, damn it. Yeah. Like, for example, with some of the chaos databases that Hadrian makes me, with the Micronesia stuff, it's brilliant because it runs really fast. Although what I will say, Hadrian, I actually did a little differently for the Champions League video. I used the same setup, but I actually loaded every single player that was based in Europe to ensure that most of the teams at least had squads when they got drawn into the Champions League. I knew it would take a lot longer to sim, but I thought it'd be way better for the random nonsense to go along. Pavlov is cheap, and I am drawn to him, but I did hear a bell when we first saw him, so I'm unsure about this. He's cheap enough that I want to sign him anyway. Oh, wow, his wages were so cheap. I didn't actually buy him, did I? I wish... Wouldn't it be cool if when you ask their agent like that, right, there was another box at the bottom that basically takes you straight to this screen, so you... No, that's annoying. So you don't get stuck in that same loop. Because the amount of times I've done that... Yeah, some of them won't have players anyway, but I wanted to make sure that the clubs that were able to have players could have them, basically. No, honestly, no European results, which means I need to get my arse moving. Because I was like, oh, we won't have that much to do today. And then I realised we've not played we're halfway through the damn stream and I've not even played a single Champions League game. Let me just hoover up any free Brazilians from this list. We'll take these chaps, and that'll be us. Oh, hang on. Are you wanted by a Maltese side? You are, okay. We'll leave Pixie alone here. With OFM, thank you for the follow. And then we'll look up John Cena. Move like 1 week. Yeah, that'll happen, won't it? Solid. Yeah, like in the same way that when you do their contract, it takes you to their contract page at least a little bit, right? Just an option after this, when you hit that, there's a button at the bottom that says take you to, like, make offer or something, and it just takes you straight to the other page. Just little bits of QOL shit, right? Was he, like, just super cheap? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's not worth it, but the other guys are. Wait, did I just go after that? Oh, no, I'll go after this guy. Pereira. Emerson Pereira. From the team... Hang on, is that team called Tuna? Hang on, I swear to God, this team's called... Oh, I thought it was called Tuna Lasso. Let's move over Ted Lasso. Tuna Lasso's in the house, right? This will just be straight up youngster contracts for all of these guys. And also, Azumir de Breto is a great name, great hair, great Crystal Palace rip-off kit, or Basel. Is a season... It could be. I mean, if we get past Man United, which is obviously, you know, up for debate, I think we've got a chance. I'll just bin the rest of them for now, but... Oh. Suspend contract... Oh my God. What have I done here? I just realised how many players we bid from that same report. Fringe player. Get a life. Right. 4K. He's going to start demanding things, isn't he? I might actually have to give him a contract. I hate when that happens. Okay, that's fine. Nice. Yeah, if FM behaves itself today, then maybe there's a chance. I will put you in a cheeky little loan move, potentially. Yeah, for 16... If it was 18, I probably wouldn't have gone for it, just because the development time... And also remember, our youth facilities are now maxed out, so we actually are going to get a slight boost of that. That's about a tuna. I mean, I was thinking more of the way you would potentially catch said tuna, you know? Right, so this is Roman Revolt. Oh, thank God. At least Roman's going to be kind to us. I should have put the youngster contract thing in. You know what I mean. But that's good. We're going to get Roman Revolt. What a great name. Pavilovi, future prospect. It's annoying that he's not a youngster, but I just want to see if he'll go for the contract I offer straight up here. I don't believe he will. No. It's always worth a go, though, just in case. Just a lot of cooking. God, contract templates, man. Imagine there was just a way to get, like, a macro set up for contract templates or something. It would be the dream, honestly. Yeah, what is Senator? Maybe. Which one's this guy? Oh, these were just random free Brazilians now, aren't they? It's good to start restocking the farm with some free Brazilians, though, because even if nothing else, they're the kind of guys that I'd expect the other Maltese sides to sign themselves, but they don't seem to do it as frequently as I would like, and this kind of just puts them into the ecosystem a bit faster. Is there really more? I do think that loan promise does genuinely work. It feels like it makes the player more open to the loan moves, and I think as a result of that, the clubs are more likely to put bids in on the player themselves. Di Brito, I think he's the last one. Because I had someone asking, I think it was in the Discord yesterday, I had a little look, about, again, struggling to get loans out to other multi-sides. And I think the biggest issue with any loan farm is the urgency with which you build it. It has to be almost immediately to get on it. Well, Pavlov's in straight away. Yeah, exactly. And it sort of builds the guidelines. Next year, Poland. I want to finish off and get Poland right. See, this is the thing. Boasi's always complaining about training, right? But now he's actually putting in poor training ratings. Interesting. I have to keep an eye on that because before he was training okay in spite of his complaints. So I might have to look at that. It's annoying though because man absolutely needs to stay on positioning. Defensive positioning training. His positioning is not good enough. Catches people like, oh, absolutely. But what I mean is in terms of the urgency with which you begin building them, it has to be super quick. You really just need to get on it. They're heavy favourites, but who cares about that, right?
It's good you came in summer.
Kevin's in. Great.
In winter,
Oh, it's weird. We're seeing
get
contracts that
very
expire in
depressing.
2050 now. That's scary. Also, we should know more about him now, which is helpful. Bum Holy! Thank you for the follow. Right, come on. More information, please. I mean, I just fail to see how we can't have made the right deal here. He has got exactly what I want. The vision is really good, which means we can work on his passing. He's got solid physicals. Very good physicals, I would argue, actually, for 19. 2 reports for a long time. Yeah, we did. We checked it earlier in stream. We looked at it earlier today because we were looking at the guys from Universidad de Chile. Who have now obviously been wiped. Well, some of them have been wiped off. Well, technically, they wouldn't have been wiped off, but now that I've given a scout report on them, obviously they get moved off this list. So no, we check it. To be fair, you only need to check this like every 3 or 4 weeks to actually stay on top of it, because remember, this is showing you essentially like the last 30 days. And it's not really showing us much here. Except for Goober. I do like Goober as a name. Put him on pace. Pace training is very mid. I find that you just don't get a lot out of it, basically. Over 2 hours last stream. Yeah, but again, we only moved maybe like less than a month in the whole of last stream. We did check for a couple of times last stream as well. That's the beauty of that way of scouting. You actually only really need to check it like just under once a month to kind of make sure everything's covered. Passing is the main thing to get up for him. I found that quickness training, which is presumably what you meant, is just really ineffective at actually improving a player's quickness. The ones for me that are like the goated training options, if you like, are oh no, absolutely, we don't want to miss them, because if there's, particularly when we're doing South America right now, when there's a lot of options around, right? For me, although Reynoso's obviously not on that because he's 23 now, but like this stuff I just tend not to focus on at all. Quickness I don't notice does much. Agility and balance is brilliant from when they're like older. And a bit younger too, but like it works really well for older players. Strength and endurance, I just don't notice those really do much. Defensive positioning is brilliant. You get any player in defensive positioning, you will see huge gains across marking, positioning, and there's one other, but that's not really that important. Those two are brilliant. Attacking movement is goated as well. That will get you huge gains. Final third as well, which is always finishing. No, final third is composure and decisions, isn't it? That's amazing as well. Shooting is okay, but nowhere near as effective as the others. And honestly, the rest I'm just not that convinced with. It's the 2 positioning ones, final third, and then like there's one other. Those are the ones. I'm a Fulham fan, Zach. Straightforward training. Yeah, exactly, literally. Oh, what's that? You want to improve your endurance? Do a bit of zone 2 running, my friend. Oh, you want to improve your strength? Get into weight room. But yeah. His composure, absolutely, but that's super easy to work with his composure. Whack him on final third training. That's why Padilla has such high composure. Yeah, they're not going to become super fast, but you think they could become a bit faster. Particularly if they're really young. Like, if you think of how much development you could have as far as speed goes from the age of, say, 16 to, like, 20. That's quite a lot of muscle growth potential there over that period. It certainly seems like it's that, right? FM? Hi? Game's just chosen to hang out now, apparently, which is just great and also incredibly worrying whenever it does this. George Stokes, thank you very much for the 18 months. A little double Twitch babby you love to see. Pog's just seen a dog on the train. What a blessed day. Yeah, FM. I think the reason it's done this is because we're on this screen here and it's reporting loan information, but fuck me, man. This game scares me sometimes. And now, luckily, we're not far away from that Sweetie game. So if it did actually crash on us, which I don't believe it's going to, but we're just going to kind of wait it out. Very annoying when it does this, though. Particularly because we'd have to re-sign all those players. Yeah, it's still the phrase like, hang on, you've not played any games in a bit. What are you doing, bruv? Pace takes a lot of... True. Passing... I think the key thing is to get his passing up first. Although, particularly his composure is something we can get up quite quickly. I like that he's actually got really good finishing to begin with as well. That's really helpful because it saves us having to train that, because I find that finishing is a harder one to train. It will definitely go up in time, without a doubt. I mean, look at Padilla's. I think he's got like 19 finishing and 20 composure or something. Oh, come on, FM, for fuck's sake, man. Bruv. I can't show anything, Viva, because the game is completely frozen on me. And it does this sometimes, and it's so irritating. Because basic things don't work properly. Eventually it should unfreeze itself, but it is an absolute bastard nightmare when it does this, because you have no idea how long it's going to freeze for. So, like, if FM could just, like, get its shit together. It always seems to do it when it's showing something to do with the loan farm because of the sheer number of players, but I hope it hasn't actually fully crashed. That would be absolutely annoying as hell. It's never normally fully crashed on me. It only ever fully crashed on me one time, and that was when I was trying to offer out every single player that we had on loan for transfer, and I'd selected every single one of them. That time it did fully crash. It's this box. Yeah. Oh, come on. Football Manager, for fuck's sake, man. This is actually starting to concern me a little bit now, because this has been hanging for quite some time now. Fuck me. I might have to use a... Oh, there we go. See what I mean about how long that takes? I think it's because we had a must-respond email on the same day. But see, that took over 2 minutes for that to unfreeze itself. Mental. But on the plus side, we are getting Mr. Aragon. Yes, Warner is 3.5, 4 now. It's mad. I daren't go back to this screen, but I'm going to. Yeah, look at the state of him. He is genuinely... Also, while we're here... just going to quickly save that, just in case it crashes again. Man's taking no risks today. But yeah, our loan farm, I'm going to do a whole segment in the next recap video that is just about hot prospects at the club. Warner isn't one of them anymore, really, because he's 26. But he is legitimately insane. It's mad to me that he only has 5 Sweden caps. Like, who the hell is keeping him out of the team? Can we now see more about Aragon? I think he's a fun side. He reminds me a bit of Berbasi, actually. Nah, Messi and Ronaldo, I've never seen them... Sorry, it's not never true. I've never seen Messi become a manager. Oh, hello. Wait, what? Carl Zammit. Wow, most uninspiring choice for a manager ever. Take one of the loan farm guys, Melita, you melons. Useless. Right, Roman revolts in. Ronaldo had quite a successful career once on one of my other saves. One of my YouTube saves, I think it was. J-Pop, thank you for the follow. Oh, no, Menyevar's broken his back. That's actually really bad. Because he plays for Birkirkara, doesn't he? Oh, no, Gudja. Shit. Not that it matters, they're not in Europe anymore. But it does matter, because actually he's ridiculously good. Still only 22 years old. He's broken his spine, chat. Legitimately. But he has got 33 appearances this year. Taba. Well, the thing is with Taba, obviously specialist, if he wants to stay for another year, I think I'd let him. Because with Taba in the second tier, a full season of him in the second tier could be absolute filth. And his loan contract's up this summer, which means Menyevar will be back, because there's no way that they're going to extend his loan with him having literally a broken back. Who do they think he is? Kim Kallstrom? Youth coach, really? Yeah, I've never seen Messi as a manager, honestly. It's Ronaldo I've had a couple of times. I mean, I say that as if my entire backroom staff isn't littered with random players that you'd recognise. Like, Erling Haaland and Mbappe both work for us. Luka Modric is my head of youth development. I feel like the game is getting better at making high-profile players become coaches. Yeah, he fully is. Which is a shame for Gudja, but hopefully they'll have the money to replace him. Because they haven't really spent any of their Champions League money. They've got so much cash. Reynoso, Pereira, Pebbles, because obviously the lack of what's my jig. And I've been impressed with the Pebster. I've got to admit, I've been surprisingly impressed with his performances as an AP. Look how much he's developed over the... Not developed, but like his form has improved since coming into the team in that spot. Loan farm be set up immediately. You want to start establishing the loan farm as soon as you can, because any player that you can get out on loan is going to slightly strengthen their squad, and it's going to maintain that relationship. So you want to be able to keep adding to it. You basically just don't want the gap between you and them to get too big, because if it does, the players that are crap for you that you think, oh, will be fine for the loan farm, are still way too good for them. The only way that you can really catch up if that does happen is to sign a load of free Brazilians, which is what we did, and then set them to transfer value for free, and then offer them out sides in your league, or offer them out in general, and they will often get picked up by your teams. That'll then build up their base level a little bit, and they catch up enough that you can then start to... But we had to do that here, and it took a while. We actually used the unwanted list for that for a while. It worked relatively well, but it was a tedious process. And bear in mind, that was with us trying not to have to do that, and we still ended up having to do that. But I suspect that's because of the low rating that Malta has to begin with. I don't think we'll have that problem in Poland, because by the time that we've overtaken the big sides as Wisła, the gap won't have got too large, because they'll already have quite high rep. Like, loaning guys to Legia or Lech Poznan is going to be super easy, I would have thought, because they'll have really high rep to begin with. Well, not really high rep, but by comparison, right? Okay. That's the thing. You don't realise just how bad some of the other squads actually are. Yeah, the issue is the gap of the quality between your team and them, and the quality of the players that you're trying to get out to. Half-star rep clubs in Malta, exactly. Whereas you're talking at like 3.5-star clubs probably in Poland. Actually, I'm not sure. They're probably about 3 stars, I suspect. And our guys are only just getting there now after 22 seasons, which should tell you everything, right? So, the team is slightly different. This Neto guy's in. Yeah, I think Poland should be similar to Hungary. Good Christ, he's good. But he's not the fastest. Building actions hard. Absolutely. They are incredibly hard, but that's why I like it. I like their hard. I thought his name was Sexy for a second then. Gabriele Secchi. Oh, he's very good. And only 22. 50 million quid nearly. Yeah, Pebbles is... He's done a fantastic job of filling in for Badia, basically. The pre-game tactics screen. This one here. What are you implying, Poobel? That I never do games? You'd be right. We rarely... To be fair, I do show the screen quite a lot just because of when we're into resulting games, but yeah. With Ferencváros. Ooh, interesting choice. Wouldn't have been my choice, but good luck with it nevertheless. Hungary is really fun. Basically, the reason I would have suggested away from someone like Ferencváros is because they're one of the teams that you need to have help you in Europe, and by managing them, you've basically said, I can't do with that help anymore. So say you were managing a small side and you get into Europe, you've now got Ferencváros there to help you already. They already exist as being a big side, so it allows you that extra bit of a boost, basically. Tacticals even use this. Imagine that. Matt, I've been watching for the last 10 seasons. What are you doing with yourself? And I totally get it. Reynaldinho, thank you very much for the 4 months.
Illness means I'm able to finally catch a Sunday stream, and it's the best season in Malta history.
Do
Up
be.
the Sirens.
Thank you, man. Hope you feel better soon, though. Even if it means you can't watch. Take players on loan. Really? To be fair, I always find that when... this is something we haven't really encountered so much in this save because of how bad everyone else is, right? But this has happened in every other one of my saves, where there'll always be like one random club that will not take your loans that often. So, for example, in Norway, Rosenborg, despite being Rosenborg, almost never took loans from us for whatever reason. With Treaty United... Actually, Treaty United was fairly okay. But Ferencváros weren't super loan heavy either. I think it's because they think they're better than you. Zach and Elliot, thank you for the follows, guys.
So
right, this is quarterfinals, yeah. Improve your second division. I wouldn't even bother. Like, trying to improve the second division is sort of a thankless task after a certain point. Once you reach a stage where you're happy with the teams you've got on the top flight and you've got a decent number of loans out, you probably don't need to focus too much on the second tier. The only reason you want to be careful is just in case you get some teams randomly coming up and start qualifying for Europe, and then you've got the wrong teams with the wrong loans. I'm pretty happy with like the top 8 to 10 sides in Malta now, to the point where the top 5 is established. That new 6th place spot I feel like is Hibernian or Tarshin maybe, but we will see. Right, oh god. It's just me, or if we had an Insta highlight in almost every Champions League game we've played this season. It better not be United scoring. Oh shit, I didn't do the lookup. So sorry, I will do that after the game. Yeah, Santa Lucia. They're now in the 3rd tier, I believe, and we've not seen them since. Yeah, this is the thing. You want the ability for someone like Nashar to do what they did last season, but not too much. You want them to be able to come up and maybe compete, but not accidentally get to Europe or something like Hovey. Pereira! Oh, no. It's already begun. Less than 30 seconds in and we've hit the post. Why does this always happen, man? Cry about heat.
3
Thank you for the
months
tip.
of supporting Ivy and Perez the Goats. Romantic face.
Anarith's alt account. Thank you for the 3 months, though. That does concern me, though. The immediate post hitting. We have to be burying these chances. Like, we've got to give ourselves a chance in that to go to that second leg with something to hold on to. Never mind, eh? We tried. So now we're missing both of our... It's just every fucking year, man. Okay, no, hang on. Don't get... We're 9 minutes into the first game, Matt. Don't blow it out the water yet. There's plenty of time. It's Fulvio's time to save the day. Reef, you're not playing. Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. He is shit. He's also not in the squad, in fairness. Right. Okay. So that's now both of our attacking midfielders injured. And now it's time for Fulvio. So how's Balatro thinking, I mean, just what is the point, eh? It's just, what is the fucking point? Right, so that's 2 injuries in the first 10 minutes here. This will obviously be Kral. But all of a sudden, those are 2 absolutely crucial players in our squad. Krastev volley offers down the right-hand side. Pebbles actually playing really well in that role. Shelcha. I'm sorry if I'm... Or Shelka. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. And Duke Nukem with the 48 months. That is wild. Yeah.
I think it's time for a strategic power cut.
In it, mate. If it's not one thing, it's another. There's just simply nothing we can do, right? And as you say, we now only have like 1 more stoppage for substitutions in the rest of the game too. Which will probably get used after the 15th minute when we get another injury. And despite all of that, it's actually been a really solid first 15 minutes from us on the pitch. Man United will still score their first shot on target, of course. Or probably even just their first shot, now that we've had to weaken the squad so much. I mean, those are 2 absolutely crucial... Krastev is the... Like, Pebbles is, like, not much of a muchness. He's still a very important player, but he's not even the starter for that role normally. Losing Krastev is insanely bad. Not that Kral isn't capable, but I like bringing him on against, like, tired legs rather than having to rely on him being the starter. Oh, that's really fortunate. I'll tell you what. Whip it across. Oh my god, we lead. And it's the substitute. Fulvio scores his first ever goal for Sirens. And... okay. Sirens won. We got a little bit of luck there. That was a lucky bounce. The defender kicks it straight into Kral. But this is a brilliant little pullback. I was, for all my life, expecting him to whip this across the box, because they always do. But look at this little pullback. Fulvio gets that up and over the goalkeeper. 1-0 Sirens. Get in, buddy. We need more. But that's nice to see. It's nice to see us take the lead. We've been brilliant in the first 20 minutes of this game. In spite of all the injuries, we take the lead. Fulvio's going to save the day. Apparently so. Now, remember, I said we would win the first leg 1-0 while battering them and not getting what we deserved, and then lose the second leg 3-0 off of 3 shots. So that's still very much on the cards, unfortunately, but we do lead, which is the most important factor. And Reynoso, at least, is fully fresh. I have now jinked him, of course, to the point where he's immediately going to get injured too. But we're going to do what looks like yet another period of time in a match without conceding a shot on target to teams like Man United. We're just so strong defensively. I just wish it mattered. Okay, a lot of possession. Kral's not having the best game so far, but, you know, I didn't expect that from him. We just keep going, right? We've just got to keep going. And hope that maybe we create a second... We need a second goal. Going to Man United with a 1-0 win away from home, it's just not good enough. You need that second goal. But I have a horrible feeling we're going to give the ball away in a weird place. Oh, go on, Fulvio. Nice. Fulvio's looked decent in this game so far. Like, I know he's only had a few matches for us and hasn't admittedly looked that great in those league games he's played, but maybe he just needed to play against better opposition. They're pushed up so far. Nice. Reynoso, he's got a bit of speed here. Oh, he scored! It's 2! Sirens 2. These never go in. Fulvio with the assist now. Sirens 2, Manchester United 0. No way. Yeah, Dollinger's dead. Look at this pass, by the way. I think it was that one there on the side. But these never go in. Shots from the edge of the area like that. Just near post shot. Reynoso does what he does. I think that's his 11th goal in the Champions League. Holy Christ. And deserved. Fulvio's been brilliant. Now Lahovi's injured. Are you actually fucking kidding me? So that's 3 injuries in the same game. I'm going to make 2 other subs here because we've kind of got no choice. Actually, am I going to make 2 other subs here? Who would I even bring on? Do we even need to make other subs yet? The team's pretty fresh, and if I don't want to weaken the team for no... We've got no choice. I can't bring on any extra subs. I don't want to weaken the team for no reason because we've still got a full 40 minutes to play here. So I don't think I can afford to make any more subs here. Palacio. Well, I've brought on Sauerschnick. No, Sauerschnick's fine. Yeah, it's going to have to... We'll just have to accept the fact that if we get any more injuries, we're kind of fucked. But basically, everyone looks really fresh. I don't want to make unnecessary subs. It's too early to make those subs. Basically, the issue is I didn't want to weaken the quality of the players on the pitch too much. And too early, because we've done that before, and they actually do get a lot of goals back, potentially. Speaking of goals back, Galatasaray have now made it 1-1 away from home at Bayern. 2-0 would be intriguing to me. But I just want to resist making those subs, basically, and hope that the guys can get through the game. But we will see. Classic Goblin, thank you very much for the follow. If we could get out of here with a 2-0, I would be very impressed. Imagine if we got a third one, though. Suddenly, it's business time. If he puts this on Pereira's head... well, actually, he might, though. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the overhead kick, then. Kral? Oh, what a play. Palacio. What? Oh, no. Valmir. Good bit of play, though. Is this done yet? No. Vieira into the box. Always still going. Reynoso for 3. That is such a fortunate goal. Absolute scenes at the back. Sirens 3, Manchester United 0. We may have got horrendous injuries, but what the hell was it? By the way, this is yet more of that second phase bullshit. Like, there's no way you should concede a goal like that. Or score a goal like that, is what I'm saying. Like, that is some nonsense. Like, the way that Vieira is able to run through them like this, and then slide tackles it across the box. The keeper doesn't come out. Reynoso puts it through the keeper. It's 3-0, and Reynoso's got another brace. What is going on? We're finally getting a bit of luck in Europe, even though it's been balanced out with horrendous luck. This is 2044, so season 22. Come on. Imagine there's another goal in this game. Valmir. Oh, look at the pace. Lots of space. Pereira, could he pull it across? How has he not hit the target there? Fulvio's had an absolutely brilliant game, but he's got to score that. This is where it's 3-2 in the end or something. United haven't had a shot on target yet, by the way. Still, 84 minutes on the clock. No shots on target for Man United. They'll probably score it still. Tight angle. Oh. We've been deserving of a 3-0 win. Genuinely. We've been absolutely sensational today. Galatasaray are winning away at Bayern Munich. Incredibly, Galatasaray lead in Munich. Right, keep that ball moving. There we go. The difference between 3-0 and 3-1 is quite stark still. Oh, just whip it across. He's right there. It doesn't matter. It's 4. Sirens... That feels onside, surely? Yep. Sirens 4, Manchester United 0. It's a hat-trick from... Reynoso with a hat-trick in the Champions League. And we are 4-0 up on aggregate. Look at this pass, by the way, from Valmir. That is an absolutely filthy ball. Crowler's done a really good job since coming on in places. Look at that for a finish from Reynoso. Keeper's got to do a bit better. Crowell gets the assist. Holy Lord. That's surely got to put him as top scorer in the whole tournament now. So, 4-0 up against Man United. This is what I mean. This is what we can do on our day when we finally step up. Get in. And it's 2-1 to Galatasaray in the other game. 4-0 perhaps flatters us a little bit. But Fulvio did have that great chance as well. A hat-trick from Reynoso in the second half. Nope, never won the Champions League. How do you not? Depends on the goals you set yourself, right? I set ourselves long-term goals. That and I'm making content on it. So there is that element of things too. In tournament now, I think that might take him... I don't know. It's a lot. And the question is, how does it screw us in the next leg? I mean, I suppose the biggest thing would be the 2 horrendous injuries that we're going to get now for Krastev and Pebbles, where they both got cruciate ligaments and are out for 9 months each. So it's like you can get through one game with that, but having to play them consistently for the other games would be a tough one. We did it for UF, Tim. Right. Lahovi, 1 to 3 days. Twisted ankle for Pebbles. Not ideal, but if we do play, it's not the end of the world. Neither's that, but it's still bad. Reynoso with another hat-trick. So how many goals has he got in the Champions League this year? It could have been a lot worse for sure, yeah. Right, so Reynoso in Europe, 14 goals in the Champions League. Last year he got 12 and he was the top scorer in 14 games. This year he's got 14 in 11. He's having a season. Did Kokas really get the winner? No way. And that's more coefficient points for us. Incredible. What was the score? 4-0. 4-0 to Sirens, despite getting 2 injuries in the first 10 minutes. Well, Rank Malta currently sitting technically 7th. No, 6th. But we could go up as high as 2nd. 3rd realistically this year. Little fantasy draft tournament from Indonesia. No, not really. I'm not really any interested in draft tournaments at all, frankly. Where does Sirens FC start? Are they starting sort of the second... Well, no. They start as like a lower side in the Maltese top flight, basically. Nice. I mean, this makes it even better. Oh, it was Stefanos Kokas too. I'm so gutted that we had to sell him for so little. Look at the state of this player. Oh, he'd be worth like 40 million if he was here. Yeah, we basically start as top flight relegation fodder, but because of how tight it all is, there you go, Hedron's in, it's quite easy to actually stabilise in mid-table. Nice. Right. Now it's Thursday. No, it's not Thursday. It's going to be soon. We are popping at the moment. And remember, we've got Thursday fixtures too. This is going to get wild. What do we even want to happen? I guess the sooner we get PSG... If Man City could get knocked out, it would be dope. Okay, so we're getting Sulcianu. Even if I don't think he's that great, but hey, we've got the cash now. Well, as long as we stay above, we want to just stay in profit each year. If we do that, we'll have no issues with it. Hamron or Sweetie? I honestly don't mind. I mean, actually, given the choice of the two, right? Probably Hamron, right? Because Sweetie... Hamron won the Europa League group, so that could have been the opposition, though, in fairness. Like, Hamron's 2 defeats were against Newcastle and Red Bull Salzburg. Sweetie didn't lose any games, but they did drop points to, like, Athens and Anderlecht. Most expensive signing, that would be Valenhout. Yeah, Hamron won the Europa League group. They beat someone, I think it was Shamrock, 5-0 on the final day, and it leapfrogged them above Newcastle. This was our record signing, and I still believe he can be an absolute god. But he's on loan at the moment at Sweetie, as it happens, and actually playing for them in the Europa League. So, you know, it's a lot to have a £36 million player out on loan, I've got to admit. But I think that was the best thing for him at that exact time, because he just wasn't, yeah. Yeah, Villa having Daniel Day-Lewis up there is not ideal, is it? He's a method actor. Both be Hamron. Yeah. It's tough to say, innit? We've actually got a 3.5 star guy on loan. Kieran Warner of Birkirkara is 3.5 stars. No, it's super easy to establish yourself because you just go free transfers. Just absolutely abuse free transfers at the start. Okay, that's a good result for Mutler. How is Badini still playing? It's crazy that his physicals are still this good at 34. See, this is the thing. We'll never get players like that. But that's great. Big play Atletico there. To win more games, that's a really vague question because it depends on who you're managing, what league you're in, what your actual goals and ambitions are, right? Because it could be down to get a better tactic. It could be down to sort the quality of the players that you've got. Because you could have the perfect tactic and you're just getting everything out of the squad that you have. And then it's a question of improving your personnel rather. Badini's the one with 200 CA. Or 200 PA, I suppose. Right, here we go. Hamron versus Sweetie. I honestly don't care who gets through, right? 2 elite names. I know. It's like, why be Manuel Zinho when you could be Valenhout? Real player. Best player. All we know is that Hadrian told me that he had 200 CA. That he's the only player in the database who we know that information about. The reason Hadrian felt okay telling me is because it's a player that we were never realistically going to be able to sign anyway. Right. Cool. Whole career out on loan. Yes. I can't remember who exactly, but there are a couple of guys that have done 17 years on loan thus far. I can't remember who it is. There's a guy at... Fuck. I don't think he's actually there anymore. I think it was Mezziani. In real life, I believe there is, but in this save, it's not the same. I think there is a guy called... I think it was Mezziani. He may have retired by now, actually. That's genuinely how bad it's got. Dan the man! Thank you for the 4 months, friend.
Thanks for every single second you stream. It helps more than you know. Love your Matto.
It helps me too. It helps me more than you know. And occasionally I let it on. But, you know. It's good times. Good times. Actually, I will quickly just do the John Cena lookup. Not that... To be fair, if we don't find him, that doesn't mean he's not there. Oh, mate, I got so excited for a fraction of a second there that PSG might have a guy called John Cena. Early amateurs, probably, yes. Can't consistently win. What season are you in? And, bear in mind, also, the thing is with the Eredivisie, you were up against some particularly strong sides. And the fact that you've won 6 Champions Leagues is crazy to me. 4-1 over Real Madrid. Can I... What season are you in, Chaser, now? Season 1. To be fair, when you say... I mean, to be fair, expecting to win the Eredivisie in Season 1 with FC Twente is pretty bold, I would say, given who you're up against, right? I would say it's somewhat unrealistic to expect to win the Eredivisie in the first season with FC Twente. I know they've probably got some decent players, but that's quite a big leap to do, particularly in FM when you consider that there's going to be a huge skill gap between some of the players that you've got and some of the top guys at PSV, Ajax, Feyenoord, etc. You're up against it. I would focus on just trying to be in and amongst the rest of the teams for the first season. Start focusing on building up young players from beneath, because you might get lucky, but I would say it's somewhat unrealistic to expect to win the Eredivisie first season. I'm not saying it can't be done. It probably can. If you had a really OP meta tactic, you probably could still do it. But then is that fun? But fun is what you make it, right? Christian Gotta make sure I get this right. Christian. Yeah, got there in the end. No, unfortunately not. Yeah, not impossible, but I feel like at that point, the only way that it would really be fully achievable would probably be to have the most meta tactic imaginable, right? Like a proper OP match engine breaking tactic. And at that point, what's the point? But again, single player game. If you're having fun, you're playing it right. But at that point, I feel like I'd be quite unfulfilled by that. You know? Like when I've ended up accidentally inventing meta tactics in the past, I've almost felt like I don't want to use them. Now, I haven't had that for a while. It was more when I was doing YouTube stuff, because I would be able to spend a lot more time nitty-grittying it and analysing things tactically while I was playing the games, because I wasn't streaming it or anything. But I've done that in the past where I've been like, oh, this is actually very, very broken. Low division make really good. Yeah, you absolutely could. I just don't like doing it because I like the I like building a dynasty. One of my favourite things is I like managing the other teams without actually managing them. Pretty much. It's a great banger, isn't it, Chris? Hello, Dan. What did you think of the wonderful trophy that we won over the weekend? Yeah, I'm a Fulham fan. Sorry, I should have said. Speaking of, as it happens, yeah, this is what we're currently running, and it works quite nice. But there's no one's ever going to say, hey, this is OP, because it just isn't, right? If it was OP, we'd have won the Champions League by now. But I'd rather win the Champions League with a fun tactic that I like and play some cool football than just 4-2-3-1 gegenpress, right? And this has a lot of those elements in it too, but it's a bit more fun, you know? Fulham trophy, we did, yeah. The pre-season trophy where we beat Benfica and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, we actually started with a 4-4-2 in this one. Replace Polina. We kind of have to. I mean, replace? No, because at the end of the day, if he was a player that was easily replaceable or replaceable at all, then we wouldn't have been selling him to... We wouldn't have been able to sell... Like, Bayern wouldn't have wanted him, right? It's, I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, we do need to bring in personnel in that role for absolute sure. Silver and Kearney? No way. That's dope. Oh, the behind-the-scenes video. Is that they've released already on, like, FFC TV? Because if not, I didn't watch that today, but I might have to watch that later now. Wait, is Marcus Speller there? In the playoffs playing. Oh, mate. Well, Sessegnon's back now. Here comes Scott McTominay. I'm okay with that. I like Scott McTominay. We were talking about this last stream. What a game. Do you think this is just... How is that many goals now? I reckon this is going to be Sweetie without Roy Fleming are just not going to be as good anymore. I can see them switching off a little bit. Depends on who they replace him with. No, I think... ESR, I really like as a player. Really glad to have him. Fees quite a lot, but it is what it is. England tax. Sessegnon's a free transfer, and it's Fulham and Sessegnon. What a great part. It's just a feel-good story. I love Scott McTominay as a player, and I think he worked really, really well at Fulham. Cuenca, I know little about, but it's depth, right? I think what we just need is a bit more Polinia type player to bring in. Roy has gone to Inter. Sweetie sold him for £17 million. Which one are you, Dan? Which one are you? You're Dan. Good belt you got going on there. I appreciate that. So Sweetie, if he comes back, there's a chance, but I wonder if his current ability is possibly just below where they'd be looking now. Because when you look at their main striker, it's Lucas Juarez, who is just that step above. He's literally an Argentinian international. A Fulham Nan confirmed. Oh. Right. Okay, what a... Birky cut 3-2. That's concerning. Wow, that's really poor. If it wasn't for the 90th minute winner... Really something to... I reckon, yeah. It's a low man of Solomon. I wouldn't want him back. It would be a terrible move from us. If he was so desperate to play for Fulham, he would have stayed at Fulham and signed a contract rather than using us for his one season loan and then buggering off to Tottenham on a permanent transfer. End of the day, the moment that it looked like he was going to leave to go to Spurs on a free transfer when his contract was up, he just basically down tools with us. Not the kind of player I want back at the club. Like, great player. I appreciate what he did, but the moment it looked like he was going to get a different move, he was just like, fuck this. So yeah, no, don't want Manor Solomon back. Right. Okay. So that was a win for us, a win for Birky Kara, and a win for 22.7. Chat, we're in the quarterfinals. We have the second leg of the quarter. 22.5 points.
Cooper,
this is insane.
I am familiar with over 600
Have we managed to catch the others yet?
and I am programmed
Oh my god, we've got above them both. We're into third. We've got above Germany and Italy on the year now. We've gone third. This is incredible. We're only 3 points behind Spain, and we'll get them at the start of next year because we're going to gain 4 points on them. No. This is the other thing. No team from Malta has ever won a European competition, and we're putting down this kind of year. So Spanish teams, Valencia is still in. Real Sociedad are still in. I think. Anyway. Petrov, thank you very much for the follow. We're not realistically going to catch Spain this season because even if they got 0 points for the rest of it, we'd still have to get another 3.5 points. So unless we're putting down a 26-point season, which we're not realistically going to do, we're not going to catch Spain this year. We've already overtaken Italy and Germany. And as far as I'm aware, they only have 2 teams. No, what? Yeah. Basically, there's no way that we're not going to finish above Italy and Germany now. We just have too many teams left. Just even the round progression points are going to be too much for them. Birkirkara won 3-2, which is a little bit tight, I must admit. We're not going to catch Spain this season, but we will catch them at the start of next year. Because if you look, they're losing an 18-point year next year. We're losing a 14. So we'll be immediately above them at the start of next year anyway. All we need to do next year is have a better year than Spain on that year, and we'll get second place from them as well. How have we gone from where we are to where we are? Also, from where we were to where we are in such a short period of time. Why are Ajax bidding on our players in April? Cheeky. Number 1, no. England are almost impossible to catch. However, what I would say is, if we're capable of having this season, you'd only have to do it a couple more times. But the problem is England are capable of putting down these 27-point seasons. That's where they get you. That we're still 22 points behind England. So if we can somehow do this every year, then great. But it's very difficult. Particularly as of next year, we're going to be having an extra club in Europe, which means our dilution is higher. And then the year after that, our dilution will be even worse. And that's the thing. If we get even slightly closer, then they'll be like, hey, here's a 35-point year. I think the most I've ever seen is that 27 that they've put down, which we're not actually that far away from ourselves. Like, there is a chance. Say we were to win the Champions League and one of our multi-sides wins the Europa League and then Birkirkara win the Conference League. I think we'd actually top that. Just because the amount of wins that would be required in order to even get there. Even if we all got to the final, the wins that would be required would put us well over 25 points. CSGP, did I really? I may well have done, actually. Yeah, there's a waiting list, right? Lahovi's injury was like 1 to 2 days, so he'll be back. It's the others I'm a bit concerned about. Oh. Loan farm, I believe it's 260 currently in the loan farm. Oh. I reckon there is a chance that we could have the best season I've ever had as a single... The best season that I've ever had in a Building a Nation save is on the cards this year. I don't know what that number is. I think it's like 25 I got once with MTK. Because when you look at 25 points, if you were to get 25 points consistently, you're looking at like over 110, nearly 120 points. In fact, 25 would give you 125 points, which is just so hard to do consistently. And both of these two will be back for the final if we make it true. Yeah. And so will Padilla, technically. So we're not sure exactly, because we finished top 2 before and we didn't get an extra place. We got like a bye, but I think we would this time around, yeah. Right, pick youth prospects, of course. Now, we also can't play Fulvio here because he's probably going to have to start the next game. So I'll start Pineda there. Holub, Krau also probably can't start, which means we can play Christ Silla, I guess. But Basie's in. That's all right. Yeah, we probably will get the extra, which means next year it's 7 teams in Europe. So... next year's going to be a tough old year for us. 1 year loan max. When are you offering the loan? So bear in mind, when you first offer the player out, same as in Malta here, it's always 1 year. The 2-year part only usually comes when it comes to the extension date. So when we're coming to extend the loans, if you do it on the right day, it will default to a 2-year extension. No, I'm not sure what you want from me then. Pereira back. Pereira? Oh yeah, Pereira's been back for ages. But I'm starting Pineda for this game just so that he can rest Pereira for the next game. Make sure he can play in the Champions League for us. Plus Bizarre needs to get a bit of football back too. Oh, who's getting a position now? Cool. Can't offer 2 years from start. Oh no, you can do it sometimes. But it doesn't always work, which is why I don't bother. Like, there are some times where you have the ability to offer 2 years from the start, but I've often found it's greyed out a lot of the time, so you can't always do it. Through the season, I think mid-table. It just depends on what we do the rest of the season as far as recruitment goes. Like, it's hard to make a judgment based on the squad that we currently have. We need to... God, I'm so good. We need to replace Polinia, or at least give someone into that spot that can do a semi kind of job there, you know? Until we do that, I'm worried. Tabakaru's just got another brace. Like, they may well have lost, but man is still the joint 3rd highest scorer in the league, playing for the worst team in the league. Which double digits in the top flight for easily the worst team in the league is really good news. And we also conceded, which is disappointing. Because now, still got a chance. The best ever record was 8. Yeah, Andre's the one, but we've been linked with him for so long now. Just worrying. Right. Won the UCL and only got 20 points. Yeah, I think it's just because the success we had in the groups. Because Birkirkara were not top 8, but Sweetie and Hammer were both top 8 in the Europa League. We came like 3rd in the Champions League. Goodyear also qualified out, and we only had 5 teams, remember? So the dilution was way better. Oh, that was a title-winning game. But Basie shines again. Good. 2 assists from him as well. I like him a lot. Game's going to take very well, Holman. Well, actually, weirdly, good and bad. So we beat Man United 4-0 in the home game. So we were about to play the second leg, so we should be able to get through. But we also lost in the first 10 minutes of that game both Pebbles and Krustev to 4 to 6 week injuries. So there's still the chance that the game could absolutely wreck us in this second leg potentially. Although admittedly, we were at 0-0 when both those injuries happened. And then we went on 1-4-0 after that because Fulvio got a goal off the bench, then assisted with a goal for Reynoso, who then went on to get a hat-trick as well. Yes, we had this is what... Wow. Callum Brooks, who is a Slovakian-American. What a great combination. Kral did have a masterclass. It took him a while to get going. What's the injury? Chat, there's a lot of damaged spines going around. Yeah, love this from Callum Brooks. Born in Malachki, all right. Bulgarian players, if you can. With the best Bulgarian player we have is actually Krustev. The one I was just referring to, in fact. But we have some other good players too. But the best Bulgarian that we have is Evtim Krustev. He of his 112 caps for Bulgaria. We also have a couple of younger players as well that are Bulgarian, but he's like the guy. That looks like a face. Have a look. Not sure. Not sure for me. It's mad that he's never scored for Bulgaria as well when you look how good he actually is. But what a player. Yeah, also I like that Markovic is still here. We definitely need to get Markovic in the summer. I really like his attributes. And it gives us even more depth at right back. Which since the loss of Vida... Actually, I think if anything at left back is where we need more depth. Right, Christ, this league is getting weird now. Hamron might actually not finish 3rd for once. But the most important thing is Sweetie and Birkirkara get into Europe. The top 6 are kind of locked down. I'd really prefer if Tarshin could maybe sneak in here, because they've got some quite good players. Yeah, Balsan have got some okay players themselves, but they would hopefully get some more. I'm trying to think who their best guys that they've got. The main thing for them is that they've got Alex Mensah. Now, Hammer going into the Conference League would not be bad, but I don't think they would. That's the problem. I think they'd actually be guaranteed Champions League if they were to come second. I think they would actually put them straight into the group stages. Yeah, Alex Mensah's probably the best guy, but he's also on a long-term injury right now. I think his injury is... Oh, yeah, he's not... They're never going to extend that loan. Yeah, there's no way he stays at... Oh, God, it's so annoying when you get those injuries. The long-term ones. Stop the loans. Yeah, no, Hammer are actually second. They've actually had a really good year. Look at the goal difference. They've actually pushed us quite a bit this season. It's looking like Hammer will be in the Champions League. Goodyear in the Europa League, I guess? To be honest, I would be curious to see what Goodyear could do in the Europa League, given that they won the Europa League group last year, Goodyear. And this year they qualified out of the group for the Champions League. Why does it say UCL? Because they've qualified for the Champions League. Actually, why does it say that? That's why. Because they get guaranteed Champions League, whereas, as in, because they're top 3, they would get guaranteed Champions League, and they're obviously moving, 10 points clear now with 3 games to go. So they're guaranteed Champions League, it just doesn't know exactly what yet. Whether it will be guaranteed group stage or playoff round. 40 to get I believe so. I think if we were to win the league... Yeah, they can't be caught by 4th. So if we were to come top of the coefficient this year, which I think we will, honestly, then we'll probably get 7 teams next year anyway. Hibernians do have some okay loanees, and my hope is that if they were to get into Europe, they'd get more. I was very surprised, George, that Goodyear were able to do as well as they did this year. Although part of that comes down to the fact that they did have the easiest Champions League draw I've ever seen. Theirs was basically a Europa League draw. Get us extra spot. Yeah, we should have 7 next year. Right, come on, Atletico. Do us proud. Yes. This is great news. Atleti, the kings of Europe. Get in, lads. So Atletico knock out City. this is going well. Now, in fairness, in the past, it has also gone well for us, and then it's also gone not well for us. So, in times. You went through too. It's brilliant news. It's all kind of opening up. We just need to do our part. The only way this could get any better is obviously... Wait, is he? Oh, Wello. No, he was always that, wasn't he? The only way this could get better would be if Galatasaray beat Bayern. Now, they are winning from the first leg, which is away from home. And then, obviously, we get the result against Man United. It would be great if we could win on the night, too. But that's maybe pushing it a bit. I think, honestly, our best bet in this game is to keep it tight. Try to go for an absolute boredom fest where there's, like, one goal in it. Why are you still in for Kadri? So weird. This feels like the year there's a chance for us. Particularly if we could get... Especially if Galatasaray go through. I know that they're good because clearly they can knock out Bayern, right? Who knocked out Arsenal. And Galatasaray have been top 8 the last 2 years. But I still feel like over 2 legs against Galatasaray, we would absolutely ride them. Like a Final Four of us, Juve, Galatasaray and Atletico, that would be... Surely we'd be comfortably the favourites. If we were to lose... The only English side would be Newcastle in the Europa League left, I believe. Oh no, maybe Spurs. Oh no, Spurs got absolutely annihilated by Aberdeen, didn't they? There is a chance that we could have a... We've only ever had that once. There was one stream on MTK where we had 3 different finalists in 3 different competitions. And I think we won 2 out of 3 because that was when Kishvarda beat Man City in the final. Kadri is indeed 30. Yep. Feel old yet? Reynoso, Hollop... I like Hollop, I do. But I feel like Fulvio did well off the bench, so I'm going to trust him again here. Schley and Valmir. Palacio at right back. I just don't like that. I'd rather play Kral. I actually think Kral is a really solid player. And Palacio, I don't like Palacio at right back. I know he's done it a few times this season, but I feel like I'd rather keep Kral in that role because I wasn't... He's just really reliable, basically. Kadri, Vieira... And that means that we'd have an option for Palacio off the bench as well. And I feel like Palacio against tired legs, even with his lack of, like, perhaps pure athleticism now, his technicals are so good, we can still make a deal of that there. Yeah, Palacio gives us then again, it means that we can then bring on Palacio and Sauerschnig as the substitutes for Lahovia and Kral to make sure that we got that opportunity. Analysis overlay. Oh, no chance. I don't think it gives me... It doesn't tell me anything that I didn't already know, and even when it does, it's not super helpful with the way that it does it. So it's not adding anything to the way that my brain works. Now, it might be useful for other people, but I've never found it personally that useful. Right. I'm going to need to have a pee break in a moment before we get into this. Have they oh, they've got Hollyoaks on. They're still going with Dolling as well. How good is Hollyoaks? He's elite physically. Quite mid mentally, actually. And reasonable technicals. Actually, I wouldn't say elite physicals. He's got some elite physicals. Dark red, yeah. One English player in the first 11. That's... And it is Kelvin Hollyoak. The physicals do a massive deal. They are truly useful, right? But I'm just not sure that he's got... I mean, I say that and then he's going to absolutely rip Lahovia a new one today. But Lahovia's quite good defensively. That's actually one of the things that... He's surprisingly good defensively. Like 15 tackling, 15 marking. Positioning is the one thing that lets him down. But that 18 crossing is sensational. And his decisions, and he's off the ball as well. He really does add something. The fact that he's got 7 goals this season as well. Yeah, that does concern me. Right, quick pee break for me. I'll be back so we can get to the second leg because we've still got another round to go potentially today. So we need to make sure we've got time for that as well. Particularly if it's against Galatasaray. That would be goated. Right, back in a sec. Yeah, it was Johan Vogel. That was a slightly easier one. The original one I got was a guy I'd already done before. And I was super disappointed in that because I thought it was a really cool one, but probably thought that last time too, didn't I? Right then. I shouldn't get pessimistic about it. It's weird being pessimistic when you're 4-0 up in a tie, right? But we've been here before. We were 3-0 up against Manchester City in that tie and lost the second leg 5-0 to the worst forms of FM nonsense imaginable. The question is it going to do it again? I actually think it will. I just think it won't be able to do it quite enough for us to go out because we've given ourselves such a huge gap. It's... Oh... Avocados in the last 4 years? Yeah, I mean, some of these places I've never even heard of, innit? Oh yeah, it happens more than you'd think. Now remember, again, the first leg, they didn't have a shot on target. I think it was 4 shots overall, none on target. We are so good at denying our opponents even a single shot on target in games. Like, scary good. Eric Garcia? As in, the Eric Garcia, the former Manchester City player. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. He was at Man City, wasn't he? Yeah. So the current manager at Man United is Eric Garcia. Oh. I think we'll be able to tell very quickly what kind of game it's going to be. I'm going to actually... Oh, I thought we'd got away with that there. I should be able to win him back over just by a little chatty chat here. Okay, cool. I feel like there's definitely going to be a dodgy penalty in here. Maybe one of those like handball ones out of nowhere. Okay. See what Hollyoaks has got for us. Yeah, I really hope this is just a boring game where there's just no highlights. The longer we go without conceding that first goal, I just accidentally encouraged the team at 4-0 up. Immediately annoyed them. Okay. Instant booking for Crowell as well. Not ideal. The last thing we need is him getting a red card, particularly as it means he would miss the next leg. The first leg of the next round. Oh my... Oh. Wait a minute. Pereira? No, Reynoso! That's surely offside, right? Nope, it's 1-0. 5-0 on aggregate. Reynoso scored again. It's 5-0. He's done it again. This man. That's his 15th goal in the Champions League this season. Could he get to 20? Look at this for a pass from Pereira. Out of his feet. Right foot. Bang. 1-0. Oh, mate. That should surely now be us in the driving seat. He said at 5-0. Oh. If anything, now just start to keep an eye on the Galatasaray game. If they don't lose to Bayern, that's our opponent in the next round. I'd love to play Galatasaray in a semi-final. Yeah, I've also found that not praising the team when you're winning seems to prevent complacency. I found them actually to be more complacent when you start praising them. We're also approaching now... We've already played 2 hours of football against United in this tie and not conceded a shot on target yet. Oh. This is actually the perfect game for us. No highlights except for us taking the lead. They need 5 second half goals. FM, don't you even think about it. All right? A game and a half, still no shots on target for United. Well, we're 5-0 up technically, but like I found that the players seem to maintain... They'll get a little bit of a boost of happiness if you praise them, but then it goes away quite quickly, and then it seems to drop further down, whereas just sort of ignoring them seems to work quite nicely. What a pass! This is cheeky. We're pulling out all the stops now. And winning on the night is just great for coefficient if we were to get the dub. Oh, hello, crowd. Go on, have a bend on it, bud. You know you want to. Bend it. Oh, it's a good effort. Worked just fine. Yeah, I think there's something to that, potentially. I might just stop doing it. Well, not at all. I might start doing the encourage one still in the early stages of games, but... Oh, I thought that was going to be well, it should have been a foul, probably. Oh, hang on. Here we go again. Reynoso, surely not. Oh, my God. This human being is next level. We're witnessing the, not emergence of Reynoso, because he's already very good, but he's playing like prime Erling Haaland now. We're getting like elite quality out of him that we weren't before. Look at this. Out of his feet. Bang. This man, you're right, probably is worth subbing, Blaz. Maybe 60 minutes. That way I can make a couple of other subs. He's got 5 goals across this tie. He's now on 16 goals in the Champions League this year with potentially 3 matches more to go. I'll wait till 60 minutes, then I'll get Crowell off. Just to avoid that second yellow, you're right. Right, we'll do it now. Holy Christ. Get Palacio on. Fulvio's not had the best game, actually, so maybe Honestly, get the pigeon a little run, right? Hang on. Other guys in motorsport. Very hard to win championships with multi-team. Well, I mean, I've never won the Champions League with them so far, so yeah. Is it a real life Haaland a quality player? Do you mean might lose a view? I mean, frankly, if you'd stop watching someone because of their opinion on a footballer, which is a really mid-take, then frankly, that's on you, not me. Like, if you don't consider Erling Haaland a quality player, then I don't know what to tell you. No, we've never won it. We've never won the Champions League. That's absolutely wild. To be fair, he only won the Premier League Golden Boot. Right. Anyone could do that. But yeah, quick Kral. Well, yeah, because I mean, the thing about Kral is I really trust him because he's the kind of player that has this brilliant. He's a great depth player, but he's actually a really good option for us when we need him the most, particularly as he can play in the DM roles as well, which is where we often use him. League 2 player, so I'm told. Right. Do I want to make any more subs here? It's only 60 minutes in. Pereira's been good, but maybe Pineda, because I do like Pineda in that role. I think I just leave the rest. Actually, no, Lahovi too. Fuck it, we'll do the old double. Right, cool. I was going to praise him. We're 6-0 up against Man United. Nobody else can do with the ball. When did I say that? You know what I mean? I don't know what you mean, no. I'd love you to point to the part where I said he was doing things that no one else could do with the ball. I'm just saying he's an elite striker because he literally is. I mean, if he wasn't an elite striker, then why is he, I suppose? Why does everything suggest that he is? I'm not saying he's a complete footballer. Absolutely not. No one really is. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Right, let's get this. Oh, wait. Do I risk it? Fuck it, why not, right? We're 6-0 up on the tie. This is where we end up losing now. Oh. At the end of the day, I'm not really sort of interested in the who's better arguments when it comes to footballers anyway, because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, right? We will end up drawing this here. Only strengths, only weaknesses. Oh, great. There we go. It begins. We'll probably end up losing the game 3-2 now, but hey, if it happens, right? Sick. I like that, Jenna, though. That's a good effort, to be fair. As long as we get the... It would kind of suck not to... I mean, at least it wasn't their first shot on target. Not sure where the first one was, but... That's the problem with making those sort of rotation subs in games like this. Because you weaken the quality of the players on the actual pitch itself, I find that it does have a huge impact, and you've got to be careful. Stuff like that, basically. Oh, hello, we got it back again. Go on, Andre. It would be quite funny if we ended up winning this game 3-1 in the end now. One of the new guys actually does the bits for us. We're popping the ball around really quite nicely. Right, Palacio now, down the right-hand side. Go on. Another goal for Reynoso, perhaps. Another hat-trick. Palacio's just... He's going on an adventure. What a pass. Sauerschnig. Pops it up. No way. Oh, my God. Oh, please tell me that's onside. Hat-trick. Reynoso's done it again. He scored hat-tricks in both legs against Manchester United. No way. What a great run from Palacio. Look at this little clip, though. Just pops it out. Beautiful. First time from... Oh, no, not first time. Just lofts it up. Reynoso in the air. 3-1 Sirens. Bang. 7 goals against United in the quarterfinals. 6 of them have been scored by Reynoso. This might be, like, peak hit. This is probably the best he's ever played in, like, a consistent set of matches, basically. I think that's 17 goals he's got in the Champions League this season. He's... Do you reckon, like, Ballon d'Or contender, potentially? Also, Galatasaray 0-0 with Bayern. I think that means... Pop those Sisks open. Yes. To be fair, I was quite impressed. Sisk was reasonably tasty. Got to admit. I never heard of it before, but it was all right. And how many matches? I think he's played every game. Oh, no, hang on. He can't have done. This was match day 12, so I think it's 17 in 12, which is pretty good, right? Right foot. I think what it is just that Sauerschnig is so good down the left-hand side. He's hearing actually a good footballer again. Don't. Actually, no. He's not peak. He can't do things with the ball that no one else can, unfortunately, chat. This is where we find that Bayern have got a late goal and a one on extra time or something, because I've seen that before, where you think it's over, but then it just isn't. Like that. Like Man United in the first round of the knockouts. Galatasaray through. We play Galatasaray in the Champions League semis. Yeah, what is the record? 4 in the 2 knockout matches. Well, he's got 17, so he's got to have more than that. Incredible. £9 million. We draw Galatasaray in the Champions League semis. Surely we have to be in the Champions League final. We have to be. We cannot fuck this up. I mean, we can. Yeah, 17 goals in 12 starts. So I don't know if he's played every game, but I think he has, because we played 8 in the group stage, then 2 in the round of 16, then 2 in the quarterfinals. So yes, he's played every game and he's got 17 goals. Incredible. Gotcha, French. Ask Stream Nana, innit? Wanted, I bet he bloody is. Ooh. And yeah, I still think he's sub-elite. No, that's not sub-elite, sorry. He's not as good as some of the other players in this game, but group is 8 games. Yes, it is, yeah. Oh. We should be the favourites, for sure. Of the teams left, we have to be the favourites. Because it's Juve Atletico in the other matches. And we've got the lucky side. And I feel like whoever we play out of Juve and Atletico in the final, I think we're better than both of those as well. Honestly. Right, so that's... And we won on the night. This feels like... We were just different gravy in that game. I didn't actually remember looking at the stats. I wasn't paying much attention once we started scoring more goals. 3-1's a bit harsh on United in that game, but we were still once again the better side. Yeah, the consistency, the liking big... Everyone in our starting 11 basically likes big games as well. We've been really focusing on getting that the case, and that's the difference this year with, or the last year and a half is Sultan, basically. I think that having a goalkeeper who's nearly as good as Gutierrez, but likes big matches, means he's not getting punished as much when he comes to the big matches. Because with you got a guy that really doesn't like the big games, he's getting a huge CA hit when he goes in those matches. Right, so Thursday matches. Doesn't matter what happens in the Europa League because we're getting a multi-side through no matter what. I'd like it to... I actually don't know who it's going to be. Hello, Jason. Everyone is doing... Well, I mean, I'm doing fantastically because we're into the Champions League semi-finals against Galatasaray. 17 goals in 12 Champions League games, yeah. Last year, he was the top scorer with 12. This year, he's got 17. He is popping off at the perfect time of the season. Right. And I have a horrible feeling that Birkirkara are going to go out to Olimpia Ljubljana. That's... Something about that doesn't feel right to me, and I have a horrible feeling we're going to randomly lose them here. Miguel Camilleri? Cool. So as Atleti win the first Champions League. That would be cool, actually, yeah. I mean, obviously, it would be cool because we would hopefully win. But if we didn't, I guess we'd have the tiniest amount of solace.
Do you know if there's a train?
It would be worthless solace, but at least we'd have that.
Yes,
And you'd be happy either way, Jindo. Shadow, thank you for the follow. Jimmy Fall. So Jimmy Fall was actually... Yeah, at Ajax now. He didn't basically play for PSG. £42 million we got for him, and they barely played him. And then took a 14 million pound hit. But now he's absolutely killing it for Ajax. The one season we made the final, we lost to Man United. Because in our defence, we were not ready for that final, in the sense that our squad was simply not of the quality. Sweetie, you're through. Juarez, Corin, Jean Dong-Suk. Come on. Get in. And they actually won both legs as well. More coefficient points for Malta, baby. That's literally another 1.2 plus round progression. We've got to be over 25 nearly. No, not 20. We're at 24.5 points. 24.5 points. The gap to Spain is actually, to be fair, Spain are doing quite well as well, but we have now officially, we're going to come third this year. There's no way that Germany are catching up another full 2 points. 24.5, and we've still got 3 teams left in Europe. This is mental. Speaking of the draws, Birkirkara Club Brugge, tough, but look at, if they were to get past Club Brugge, that is I've got 2 Belgian sides, by the way. Belgium having a great year. And then in the Europa League, it's Sweetie versus Wolfsburg and Newcastle Rangers. Didn't Sweetie beat Wolfsburg in the group stage? Or was that Oh, they drew. They drew 1-1 with what? I don't think that's impossible for them, honestly. I think we've still got a chance here. And we'll still get round appearance, which comes in afterwards. So we're guaranteed at least another 0.6 just for round appearance. So we're going to get 25 points this year. 30 points possible. It is possible, but not for us. I think even if... Hang on, let me think about this. If we won both legs against Galatasaray, they won both legs against Wolfsburg, and Birkirkara won both legs against Club Brugge, that would give us 2.4. Plus round progression would be another 0.6. That's another 3 points. That would take us to 27.5. Then the finals, the maximum will be another 1.2. I think the only way we could get 30 would be to have every Maltese side win every single game for the rest of the season and win all 3 titles. Maybe. Because I think you get a tiny bit more round appearance to the final. I think you get the equivalent of a win for winning it or something. Extra point. I think if you win the trophy, you get the equivalent of a win. Maybe. Although I might be wrong, honestly. It might not get anything. But this is still easily going to be one of the best seasons I've ever had on a Building a Nation sleeve. And it's still not even done yet. God, Tuesday might just be... It could be over 30 if we win every single one, I think. Provided there are points for winning it. Oh, that could have been bad. At least we get a bit of a rest now as well to try and get those guys back in fitness levels too, which is even better. Vieira... There's only 3 years left on this deal, and I've been bugging him about this for a while, but we just do the same thing every single time. Eventually he'll get over it. Either way, we're on for an absolute monster season. We might just about get it. I think we might come number 1 on the year. In fact, I don't think it's in... I'm not sure it's even possible for us to not finish number 1 on the year. England don't have enough teams left. Do they have any teams left? Other than Newcastle? None in the Champions League. None in the Europa Conference League. Yeah, the only English team left is Newcastle. They're not going to get 4 points by themselves. We are definitely finishing number 1 this year. On the year anyway. Oh yeah, they'll get some cheap points. But basically the training box. Yeah, it'll be the same thing as before. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to take him off of a training. Look, see, he's back up to 8.8 now. I'm not going to take him off of training that I know is good for him, even if he's complaining about it. Particularly as he's still putting in good training ratings. That's the key. Vieira's agent just fancies me. It's probably how we got him in the first place, right? Man is just in awe. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. It's cool that it's bounced back up again. I wonder if the reason it wasn't so high is because we had like a 2 match day week or something, and there was less... I find that the training rating seemed to be worse on 2 match day weeks, especially when there's not a lot of games. Well, when there's... You know what I mean? There's not a lot of training. Ooh, this is unbelievable. I just can't believe this season's come out of nowhere. It almost feels like we've been building to this. Like, we focused really heavily on building up the other Maltese sides, that perhaps we actually did it at the sacrifice of ourselves a little bit, but in the long run, I think it could work. Young Player of the Year. Do you know what? He would deserve it. He's so good in the games that he plays. I don't think he's ever going to be elite, but he's such a useful squad player. He and Crowell and Bizarma are beauties for that kind of thing. They're always there when you need them. And I get the feeling that we'll be able to hopefully get past Galatasaray without having to worry about the injuries to those guys. In fact, when's their predicted return dates? Out of interest. So, Pebbles, 23rd of April. Not sure on that. Krastev, 25th. So, in theory, they're both back within the next week. So, they're definitely going to miss both legs. Yeah, there's no way they're playing in either of those legs. However, the gap to the final is usually like nearly a month. So, I think they might, if we can get enough friendlies going for them, we should be able to get them up to sharpness, I would say, before the final. Hezbollah Buick Sultan, really? No. No new contract. Stop it. Silly. God, players and asking for a new contract is crazy. Yeah, I think Holub can be. I think he's... Oh, and Arifi no longer wants to leave. Music to my ears. Not. But no. Oh, so that's rotation. As much as I feel like we could... I don't want to take them... I don't want to disrespect Galatasaray by not preparing properly, because you just know what this game can do, right? Like, I actually wouldn't be surprised if we put a similar scoreline up against Galatasaray than we did against United, because as much as Galatasaray do have some very, very good players, they're still surely not as good as Man United's squad. They shouldn't be. There's no way in hell they can be, right? Although they do have some great players. They've got Kokas, for example. He's brilliant, but they've got some other guys too. We'll have a little look through their team when we actually get there. God, dislocate his shoulder to the specialist. Fajero Seni still playing a bit of football. Cool. Yeah, Galatasaray, they've been super impressive. Because they've been deep. Not only have they been top 8 the last couple of years, but the year before they got top 8, they also reached the quarterfinals that year. Keeping bench form. Fulvio. To be fair, he's actually played the last couple of games for us in Europe. I'm fairly impressed. Kokas will, he'll do things, yeah. If we somehow get FM'd by Galatasaray, I just feel like actually we might be able to rep roll them. Like, we should have the reputation advantage over them. Europa places goes to the league. That's okay. I think we'd actually go straight to 5 stars. Because if we were to win the Champions League, from what we're aware of, you get 1,000 points of reputation. Which would probably cook us all the way straight across to 5 stars, I think. Because I remember one time Porto won it, and then, gosh, we would have found out about Roy anyway. But he's worth 36 million quid now. Still never going to declare for Malta. Rep actually high. Do you know what? You're probably right. I bet you it actually isn't. It's probably a lot closer than it should be. But they had the history, right? We'll actually have a check in a sec, because you're right, it probably is kind of similar. 5-star national rep. It goes down to obscure. But 5-star obscure. You're... If I recall... Oh yeah, this is Verbeek. This guy is ridiculous, but he also has a £36 million release clause. Sparta Rotterdam striker. We liked him. The issue was quite simply the £39 million release clause. This guy right here. In fact, here he is. Oh. It's the kind of guy that you kind of maybe go, maybe we should treat ourselves were we to win the Champions League. The issue is, he's never going to start over Reynoso. But it would be quite nice to have another option that's not Bizarma. Because I feel like Bizarma's the backup striker, and it does get a little bit thin after that. £50 million. Hot dog. These are some of the guys from the next gen list now, aren't they? 50 million is ridiculous. You're a bit cheaper, but you're still crazy expensive. Very good player, though. But I might just shortlist you anyway. Because he is expensive, but he's not like moon expensive. Anything under 20 for me is still, if they're a world-class player, potentially an option. Him I'm not so sure of, just because 5'11", 13 jumping reach is not great. You're very expensive. And they'll say, oh, are they really? Nice. He's got quite high CA, doesn't he? I was thinking maybe as an option as a Segundo, but he's got no finishing ability. Oh, he's only 19, I suppose. Oh, we got a full update on Paniagua now. I think he's a great signing. And what I have noticed is sometimes with players whose jumping reach is much lower than you'd expect for their height, I find it does tend to grow a little bit more, although that could be entirely apocryphal. I feel like him and Holland will definitely have to fight for that spot a little bit more, particularly with Fulvio involved, but he might be one of these guys, again, that just doesn't have the PA, but he does have really nice physicals, and we know how important that can be. Second division, fair enough. Huydal. Hey, hang on, when you were... Oh no, you were always at Bodder. He could... I feel like he would have been a trap, slightly. Ruben Lopez, a Pachuca. He's quite cheap, actually. Oh no, he's not. This was 20 as well. Camera quality so high. Which cam? Well, as in like my face cam. None of this is 4K, I can assure you. There's nowhere be able to stream at 4K. It could just be that... Bear in mind, the camera probably just looks good because the camera itself is good. You could have a 1080p, like a 4K webcam, or a 1080p, like, mirrorless camera, and the mirrorless camera will still look absolutely, like, crisp as all hell, because it's just because the camera is a really good... This is like a proper DSLR camera that I'm just using as a face cam. The most like, it's very... What's the word? It's overkill, basically, but I like to have a really nice crisp face cam. And it's just a really good bit of kit, to be honest. It's a lot better than using a webcam. In fact, can I even use the webcam? I do have a webcam plugged in too. But half the time it doesn't load. An ESR camera in it. Yeah, I can't get the webcam to load properly. We had a backup for a while. The face cream, yeah? That's all that moisturising I've been doing, chat. Wouldn't recommend it as a starter. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the reason I bought this camera is because, like, 6 years ago, I was talking to Ben on a train, and he was just like, this is the one that everyone has. I got this off of John Lewis. I got it on offer, and I think it was £550, which is a lot for a camera, I realise. But, again, you're investing in equipment, right? I would highly recommend it if you are really serious about it, but it's not like a be-all and end-all, right? It's sort of diminishing returns after a certain point, particularly as in order to use it, you then have to spend another £100 on an Elgato face cam cord, which is what we were having all the problems with as well. So it's an expensive thing to have, but it's one of the more expensive pieces of kit that I own, I suppose, but it's well worth it for me, anyway. Ever slightly over... Oh, it's massively overkill for beginners. I would never suggest a beginner get a DSLR camera to use as a face cam. But I already had it as well when I started streaming because it was the camera I used for my YouTube videos. So I had the ability to actually use it. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are just sort of very mid and a bit expensive and just... This guy's kind of intriguing. I would like to try and sign him at some point, but it's that dribbling that really worries me. Because we know how important dribbling is in the match engine this year. And most of those guys are on the shortlist anyway, so they'll come back around anyway. This is true, yeah, exactly. It's kit for my job, so I get, tax write-offs on it and stuff, and it's no different than a plumber buying tools, right? It's no different from I don't ask me why there's a spanner on my desk. I genuinely don't know. There's always a spanner in the chair, but there's just a spanner on the desk. It says drop forged. Just throw a spanner in the work there. Why is this here? Levski are cooking crazily. Yeah. Oh, here we go. That's good for Tarshin. They might be able to sneak into that last European spot as things go. As long as Bikikara are in. Bowsen up to 4th. Don't you dare get in the Europa League, lads. Last thing we need. Work expenses. Yes, true. I'm a spanner wherever I may go. Who's the top scorer in the league now? Because it can't be Roy anymore. It's Plamen Ilkov. Great signing for Goodyear. Wasn't getting a game at Sweetie. Bang. PC crash wheelers again. Yeah, in case I need to adjust the... in case I need to add a bit of dust to the mic. Got to upset everybody, right? Let's see. It's coming back remarkably fast as well. Bizarre, Fulvio, Holland... No, this feels perfectly like a Pineda type game. Yeah, next season will be the first time with 6 in Europe. In fact, I think there's a very strong chance that next year is most likely to be our first year with 7 teams in Europe. I don't think we're ever actually going to have a 6-team year, because by this year, the way we're going to qualify for the year afterwards to be 7 teams anyway, because we're going to be like 3rd, maybe even 2nd. But because we're going to finish top of the coefficient charts for the year, we're going to get an extra spot this year anyway, so it's going to be 7 from next year's onwards. Find a goat left winger, then we can just flip the tactic. Like, we could just have a version of this tactic with an inside forward on the left-hand side instead. Because all of this stuff is symmetrical. And my assistant would probably prefer it in some ways. So we can stop doing that. Although Kral needs to not start. We'll put Mateus in, perhaps? Only have 6 team, will we? But we're top of the coefficient chart. So we'll get an extra team for that, wouldn't we? And next year we're getting 6 teams anyway, so surely we would get 7, right? Actually, do it out of kindness. Oh, I couldn't care less what people think about how dirty or clean the mic is. At the end of the day, it's microphone's there to capture noise, isn't it? I just did it in the end because actually I kind of looked at it and went, yeah, probably is about time I cleaned it, right? 1 all competitions. I don't think we would though, would we? Because all those teams are already in Europe. So I think that would only happen if those teams weren't currently in Europe. So we'll see. Sawashnik. Yeah, I actually don't know how that would. I think the only way that would work is if all the teams that won those competitions weren't actually in Europe. Finishes 3rd. Extra place go to the team that finishes 3rd. What? That can't be right. But what's the point? Hang on. So why do England always get an extra place then? I mean, that's what happened before. Extra dirty. I'll tell you what I could do. I could get the old cover out, not the one that... I actually bought a new cover for it. Right. That'll do. I could do, yeah, potentially. What happened before? Yeah, but that was with less teams. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we get to it, right? Because that on the group station becomes a... Oh, it could be. Yeah, that's probably right, actually. That's a little bit cheeky, the fact that England they get an extra bonus just because they're already good. It's like, hey, you're so good, we're going to make you get even more of an advantage. To me, that's just... I suppose they had the disadvantage of the extra dilution. But like, if you're England, who cares, right? 2 more goals for Bazama. Pineda with a nice assist. Sorry, a nice goal. Good to see. Mateus gets an assist. But wait, Babasi gets another assist. Man is doing bits. And we, once again, don't concede. 6 goals conceded in 24... No, barely any goals scored this season. We're not even close. I think next year in the league we may have to play the other tactic. But it's working for us, right? 5th place still hasn't qualified. True. Then again, we're going to be top...
Going through a really rough, painful breakup. Hoping
shit.
This stream can make me feel better.
That sucks, Tropic Punk. Thank you very much for the 5 months. Hopefully it can make you feel better, because we are legitimately smashing it. To a level where... Even I'm... Oh, no, I was surprised a while ago. Like, we're way past me being surprised at what we're doing now. It's now absolute incredulity. Also, Zabar might genuinely get relegated. Melita are already down, despite Tabakaru doing his very best and getting double digits. I'm using RDF's training schedules. I just use the same ones in preseason too. If I'm doing 2 matches a week in preseason, I just use the 2 match ones. I feel like, sure, I could probably optimize it a bit further, but at that point, it's just like diminishing returns, I feel like. And it's extra work that I can't be asked to put in for what would most likely be very little game. Bill Bangan, thank you for the follow. But basically, he's doing bits again. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark training, it will link you to RDF's website where you can get them. How many assists has Babasi got this year now? Do you know what? 4 assists in 8 starts is actually very good. Because that means over a full season, if he was to play every game for us in the league, he'd be looking at like double digits. Like mid-teens. Which is great for a 19-year-old who just simply isn't there yet. I'm quite liking Babasi actually being at the club and not being out on loan now. I don't think I'd loan him out again. I think I want to start tracking him into the pipeline for the first team soon. I think he can be good enough to potentially... I reckon he'll be a bit like a Lahovi guy, who's maybe not got the highest PA, but might even get to 5 stars based on form at various points. Because I reckon he's good enough to get, like, maybe not quite Lahovi level, but be that kind of player for us. Zabara are legitimately going to get relegated, aren't they? Christ. Yeah, of course, until I find a £25 million Belgian. Hubanov scored for Birkikara, which is great, because that means he's actually playing for them. I'm actually really pleased with that loan move. It was my last chance to get him a loan move where he'd actually play, and he is. Which is great. So he might actually want to continue there for a bit. Just gives us a bit more time. How good is Warner actually? Oh, Warner's absolutely goated. He's the best player out on loan at the moment. Well, according to the game he is. He's 3.5 star CA. And at various points it goes up to 4-star PA as well. He's very, very good. But either Sweden don't play a tactic with wingers, or the guy they've got is absolutely world class. To be fair, I've always thought that Warner was a good player. It feels like it's just taken a while for him to catch up on the stars. Because I don't think his attributes are that much better than they were before. That agility, though, is crucial. Yeah, Zabard never really recovered from that European run, have they? They may just end up disappearing into absolute mediocrity. If they get relegated, 54% favourites. Christ. They did have Bostrom. Yeah, but they won't have Bostrom anymore, right? Surely Bostrom's retired now. He's actually not. Maybe he is actually still. Let's see if he's retired internationally. So he retired internationally 5 years ago. Which makes me wonder who the hell Sweden are playing on the right side. Ah! That'd be what it is. Sweden are playing a tactic that doesn't use wingers. Meanwhile, they have a world-class winger. Oh yeah, no, Bostrom is absolutely goated. He was one of the first... He was the first regen to get a really good score on the goal 50 list. Like, he came through, like, I think it might have even been first season. Vida is sadly retired. He left the club, but refused to take a staff role or anything, so he's just sadly gone to the big wingback factory in the sky. File going. It should be in a folder called Schedules. If it doesn't exist, you'll have to create it. But that's where it goes. Yeah, he was like the first amazing world-class regen. And weird, PSG bought him and then actually used him. All players, you'd be surprised. Actually, no, you wouldn't. I think you might be right. The wages aren't quite as high as they were at the start of the save. We were having players on 3 or 4 million. Delegating all the press conferences, nothing. We've not had any noticeable effects. The only time I would say that you want to try and do them sometimes is in a journeyman save, because sometimes clubs won't hire you if your media handling is crap. But in a save where you're not leaving clubs, I don't think it matters in any way, personally. I've never noticed any issues with it. It just takes up so much time for absolutely no reason. So, highest paid player in the world is actually £1.4 million, which is this guy, Unai Imaz, who is at Al-Hilal. So, good player. Probably, well, all right player, 1.4 million. And then Gonzalo Moran at Al Nassr, who again is way past it, and they paid £7 million for. But yeah, Bostrom is up there. Along with, where's the guy that we sold? Wow, hang on, this has really stepped up. It's coming back up again a little bit. The 5-star media, it's very important. To be fair, some clubs will genuinely complain about it when they're trying to find highest non-Saudi league. That would be... Oh my god. Oh, it's Barcelona. It's this guy. Narcis Foch. Can we moved again? Yeah, this is the highest non-Saudi guy, which is actually a very large amount. 675 grand a week is very high. Is he there? Oh yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, there he is. So he's actually still quite close to the top 10. Kamga... Yeah, where is Kamga? Maybe he's retired. Yep, Cameron Len's retired. Oh, that makes me a bit sad to see those guys retiring. But at some point that's going to happen to starting players for us, and that's scary. Like, Padilla's going to retire at some point. I feel like he's been 25 for his entire career. Except he's actually 30 now. And the problem with Padilla as well was the fact that he was slightly injury prone, and it did show. Same as Vida was. Do you remember when Vida had glass ankles for like 3 straight years? Joel Ambrosio was there. To be fair, I did sell Ambrosio to Saudi. So it makes sense that he would be earning a lot of money. 500 grand a week. Yeah, I sold him to Saudi for 9 million quid. God, imagine if he'd stayed at Hibernian. He could have been a killer goalkeeper for them. It's mad that he only got 53 Angola caps too, because he just happened to be behind another unbelievable Angolan keeper. Yeah, Vida, no, it was Kamga. Kamga used to get an injury in early November every single year that would keep him out exactly for around about 3 months. I think in back-to-back years, it was actually the same day that he got the same injury as well. Real life date with real results from FMRTE, but the transfer update from shorten every contract by 1 year. I don't really know what to do. I didn't even know you could do real results using FMRTE. But yeah, I'm sorry. It's not something I've ever tried to do, so I have no sort of familiarity with what you would need to do to fix that. I guess the reason the contracts are a year shorter is because you're starting midway through the season, I suppose. Because you're essentially like a year further into the save than it would expect you to be. Gotta go back to Cameroon, yeah. Imagine if we won the Youth League too, because we never won the Youth League. It'd be wild if we did win the Youth League when you consider who's in our team in the Youth League. Because it is just literally Maltese youth players, like actual Maltese youth players. Right, who's available? Yeah, still not doing that. Crowler's earned his right to start. Pebbles is not starting here. Fulvio will start, but that's good to see that both Krostev and Pebbles are... I mean, they may as well be on the bench because there's no one else we can put on the bench anyway. Or can we? Actually, we could put Hollow on. There's no point in putting them on. Yeah, we can. We'll bring them in. They're never going to play in the game, so we may as well get these guys in. Scouting video. I have an entire video called Ultimate Scouting Guide, and which is !scouting, I believe, in chat. Which will tell you a lot. It's like an hour long, but it's kind of got everything I knew at the time. I know some more stuff now, which will obviously be included in the FN25 one. We might be looking at like an hour and a half for that one, potentially, anyway. Major thing, Eltimat, we beat Manchester United 7-1 on aggregate, and Reynoso scored a hat-trick in both games. General rehab. I don't think it's going to make much difference, honestly, and I don't think I'm even allowed to do that yet. I mean, it can't hurt, but they ain't going to come back for the next leg anyway. It's only a week away. And my concern is that I will forget to turn them off of... Oh, we can just put them there, can't we? We'll try it. But I don't think it's going to make much difference because they're not going to be back yet for the second leg, and they'll only be back for the final anyway. UEFA Youth League. Can I just type in Youth League and it will come up? We'll see. Holders? Wait, we won it? Chat, I'd like to retract. Oh, that was us. That was the final. That was this year. That was yesterday. 150. Players' values are generally speaking associated with how much clubs are willing to bid on them. Obviously, players in England were just worth more in general. And I imagine if he did. But basically, if teams are bidding them up, then they would just be worth more money. Yeah, some they don't count. They're out on their own little bit. I can't. Yeah, so look at the starting 11 for this game. So it was Dean Darley and Carlton that got the goals. Penalty shootout. Darley, Spiteri, Kamanzuli, and Mikalev with the goals. So we've just beaten Nice under 19. Bear in mind, look, this team here. How are they doing that? It shows that the tactic is really solid as well. That's usually a good sign. When you're winning youth games with your tactics, it's usually a good sign. Because it's so even at that level. Often, it means that those little marginal gains through having a solid tactic is a good sign. But looking at this team, Maltese, not Maltese, but came through our academy, because this is Seaman Burns, or Seaman Bones. Yep, these are all youth intake players. The only one in this starting 11 that wasn't a youth intake player is Reto Bokons, who we signed for £5 million from Winterthur. So everybody else is a youth intake player. I think literally the only player in this entire squad, I think, that isn't a youth intake player is Bokons. Even people like Seaman Burns. Damn. They're very competitive at this level, which is crazy because they're really shit. But we've won it. We've won our first... That's surely an omen, right? Won the Youth League. Frigirio's free kicks, I believe, are still 10. See what I know, innit? Bokons was really good, yeah. We just couldn't get... He had a loan, but he came back because he wasn't playing enough. And now it's been tough to get him another... Oh, it's 8, not 10. But I do keep getting occasional reports saying that he's training well. Just huge PA. Oh, I see. So at the very early level, their CA's decent. Under 19's manager, it's probably no one we heard of. Or I've given that role to someone crazy. Oh, it's Moulion. So he's actually a loan market guy, and I don't think he's going to get poached because he's a coach and not the manager. It feels like the coaches get poached, but not any of the other roles. So we may have to at some point find a way to move him to being a coach rather than a manager. But we didn't know what we were doing at the time. We weren't expecting it to be so powerful. Right. Okay. Have I got the team set up correctly? Valmir, Gillet. Yeah. Okay. If I'm going to have someone on the bench, it doesn't matter who it is. They're not playing anyway. Right. Just make sure I've done that. Yep, I have. Actually, I want to look at that team. Look at that. All Turkish nearly. Like, solid goalkeeper, but not world class. Umut Kurt here. Decent centre-back, honestly, but again, not world class. Metahan Yildirim. Arguably worse. Like, only 9 caps for Turkey. Mohamed Saidi. I mean, look at the physicals on Saidi. He's an 8-pace centre-back. Reynoso could absolutely annihilate him. Aydoğan as well. Great physicals. Like, he's an absolute physicality monster. Maltese Regens. The only good Maltese Regen is Matthew Side, who is now 30 years old. He's probably the best one that's come through. It's Sammy! Thank you for the follow. Ethan Jurek. Solid player, but like, none of these guys would get anywhere near the elite teams in Europe. Malik Arslan. He's decent, actually. But again, only 6 Turkey caps. He's only 20, though, so this guy's decent. So that's the manager. Yes. The only time it won't go to your manager stats is if you holiday through the game. Mohamed Ez. He's decent. Obviously, Kokas is probably their best player. And they got an absolute bargain off of him because of the transfer values. And then Özgür. Decent. Who's their striker? Now, Ceylan actually is genuinely excellent. This striker is legit. Although, actually, is he? I mean, he's a good player, but he lacks that top-end speed. And I'm surprised he's only got 23 Turkey caps. He was one of the ones I'd earmarked to be like, Turkey tax will be an absolute GOAT one day. Point being, we should be winning this tie. Relatively comfortably, we should be the better side in both games and should be able to get the full quota of coefficient points for ourselves. It would be a disappointing turn of events if we didn't get it. But it would be even more heartbreaking if we went out. Yeah, no, that's the reason I'm happy to insta-result the games. As long as you're insta-resulting the games, it still counts. Yeah, I think they might get a goal or two against us in this tie. Although, Man United only got the 1 goal, and that was the second phase of set piece. Really, it would be embarrassing for us if we didn't get 6-7 goals against them over 2 legs, truthfully. Like, we should be absolutely obliterating a team like Galatasaray, particularly in the form that we're in at the moment. With the way Reynoso's playing, I wouldn't be surprised if we could get to that Champions League final, firstly, but Reynoso's into like 20 goals in the Champions League, perhaps even setting a record number of goals in a single season. Yeah, Kokas is the kind of guy that, had we had the right transfer values, we could have been, not only, he could have been a £40 million player for us, or just a guy that actually plays. Like, he would be brilliant right now. He'd be the perfect number 10 in this system with the injuries we've got. Look at this build-up too, by the way. Lahovi. Go on. Nice goal for Reynoso to get things going. Oh, he's in there. Oh my God, he's nearly done it. Oh, bring it back. Thank you for the 47 months, Millennium. How's it going, friend? Oh, still going. It's only half 1, Pog. The sooner we get that first goal, if we get that first goal, I'll calm down a little bit and stop worrying. But we've looked really, really calm on the game, on the composure right now. Like, we look really composed on the ball. There's runners left and right. We're actually controlling the game really nicely. Popping it about. The confidence is looking good. Lahovi. But all about that first goal. I reckon Fulvio is going to be absolutely crucial in this game. I think this might be the first game he kind of announced himself, but I think this is the kind of game where he could really have an impact. In that almost like free role where he's just operating in and around the box. Kadri. Fulvio. Oh, look at this build-up. Lahovi. Oh, my goodness me. We have played some absolutely sensational football in the first 5 minutes here. We are actually tearing them apart, Lisa. So composed. They're not even getting near us either. Just keep it in play. Keep the pressure on them. Oh, what a pass. Just win the foul. Ah. Now, it only takes 1 chance for them, of course, but so far, this is very good. We just need to get that first goal. Particularly as this is the home game. God's sake, man. We cannot get through a game without injuries, can we? They've had some shots on target. Oh, I swear to God. It's Kokas with the delivery. If we go behind at home to Galatasaray here, after all this, that probably could have been 1-0 Galatasaray. They've actually turned up a little bit here, you know. quick start from us, but we seem to have gone off the boil a little bit. I do wonder if I was going to say missing those two players, but it didn't stop us against Man United. This has been really poor from us. Are we actually taking the piss, FM? Is he hampered by injury, is the question. Doesn't appear to be. We'll keep an eye on Krall. I can't afford to make another substitution in the same way that we did against Man United. I am worried that he's going to get another injury, though, because we can't really afford to not have Krall for the second leg. Well, I suppose we could. We'd have Palacio or Sauerschnick to play in that role, I guess. Oh, look at the space out wide. Lahovi, out of his feet. What was that touch? What's Lahovi's first touch again? 17. Right. I mean, he has to score there, pretty much. Oh, Reynoso, out of his feet. Bang. Sirens, what? Wait, what? Yep, there we go. He's done it again. Reynoso with his 18th goal of the season in the Champions League. 1-0 Sirens, very fortunate. That was proper rep roll nonsense there. Like, the chance was gone. And then what's FM doing here? Just holds onto the ball for no reason. And then Gillet's just able to pop this across. Reynoso's so patient, though, to get that back onto his right foot and just slot that home. 18 in the Champions League for Reynoso. Can he get to 20? It feels possible. Imagine if he scored another hat-trick. Bear in mind, he's got hat-tricks in back-to-back games in the Champions League against Man United, admittedly. Like, a tie against Galatasaray should be fill your boots time, and we lead. But they've not made this easy for us at all. But us just being in front here, I think, is going to be crucial. Because now they'll have to throw more bodies forward, potentially. But look at this. They've actually created stuff in this game. What was that player doing? That player was on the reverse end of a rep roll there, it feels like. Because that's exactly what happens to us when we play against big sides half the time. Right, come on. Annoy Hive is great in it. Reynoso basically seems to just score every chance he gets these days. Now, obviously there's a limit to that. Oh, go on, short. Oh, if he'd have played that short. The other semi is Juve versus Atletico. We've been very underwhelming in this game. Like, supremely underwhelming. And I could make an argument that we're kind of lucky to even be in front here. We've had one really good chance in this whole game. I wouldn't even be surprised if they scored a late goal here. I kind of want to just freshen this up. I want to make those changes to the wide players again. Just give us something, a bit more oomph in this game. Not really got any options there. The rest of the options off the bench. Fulvio off, I think, for Holub. Then save that final sub just in case. Come on, second goal will be really, really important. Holub with the ball in. Cleared away. He's come back to Holub, though. Can he get a crucial goal in Europe for us, finally, after his brilliant work in the league? I could totally see this finishing Alexic, but for who, really? I'm not going to bring Alexic in for Pinedo, who's already come off the bench. And I don't want to play him in behind the striker when we've got Holub. And I just trust him more than I trust Alexic. Alexic feels like the type of guy that would just get a random red card here. Sauerschnick's got two men on him, which means there's surely a gap. Okay. It's a pass. Valmer cutting across. I feel like it's 2-0 and Reynoso scores another goal. He's just waiting for that little moment to open things up. Get that cross to him. Here we go. Palacio. Go out wide. Whip it across for Reynoso. Profit. 2-0. Reynoso, 19 goals in the Champions League this season. It's Sirens 2, Galatasaray 0, and we are now getting dangerously close to a Champions League final. Profit. We just needed that little bit of space, and Palacios looked really good in these areas. Pings it across, tap him for Reynoso, and he's done it again. It does. It's like, the game's like, oh, we can't really rep roll him, because their rep's actually all right compared to Galatasaray. It doesn't know what to do with itself. I think in the end, we are the deserving winners. But they are unlucky not to have scored in this game. I think Bjork Sultan's actually done a decent job with a couple of saves he has had to make, because they've clearly had chances. Imagine if we grabbed a third goal. Oh, there was space. There was a lot of space out to that left-hand side, and Sauerschnick's on it again. Go on, one more goal. Really put him in the dirt here. Oh, look at him go. Go on, Sauer. Whips it across. Reynoso! Oh, you're right. The referee is wearing blue, which is a little bit worrying. That's actually a surprisingly bad miss there for Reynoso. All right, I get Punsey on for a little bit. I'd have expected Reynoso to bury that for a hat-trick. For his third consecutive hat-trick. If he actually does score another hat-trick here, I just don't want him to use all of his goals up before the final. He's one goal away from 20 goals in a Champions League campaign, which I don't think I've ever had a player get 20 before. Or did one player randomly get 20 for us in a Champions League? Oh, Palacios all the way through. Palacio with the shot. He's got to be squaring that, I think. A third goal, and I think it's tie over. Given that this is Galatasaray, not Manchester City. I think if we were to take a third goal into the away game, We've just sort of ground through them here. Without looking spectacular, we've just created the chances and finally taken them. Palacio, that might be onside, you know. Look at the back post. Oh, he's going alone. Oh, bloody hell. Bro just really wants to score a goal, and it just ain't happening for him today, but I've been very impressed. If we include qualifiers, true. But I think post-qualifier type of level, we've never had a player get 20. Just because it does take an awful lot of goals to achieve that. I think playing with a single striker tactic probably helps a little bit. But if he's got 19 goals, that means that he's actually only got 12 goals outside of the Champions League. 2-0 victory, Reynoso with both. I'm pretty content with that, right? Oh. It's not Galatasaray players. What isn't Galatasaray players? I mean, Galatasaray's team is Galatasaray players. Our team is famously not. Although they do have some banging players, like Kokas being the one. I would really like him back, honestly. They got an absolute steal on him. Right, 2-0. More coefficient points, crucially. Gets us even closer. Twisted knee is okay. It's not perfect because we don't really need more injuries here. Whereas Icardi, probably about 50 years old. I imagine that, how old is Icardi in real life? He's like, what, 30 something? So he'd probably be about 52 years old. Smith Rowe. I'm excited to see what he's going to be like. I'm excited. I've always liked Smith Rowe as a player, so I'm really curious to see what he's going to be like for us. If he stays fit, exciting times ahead. Right. Thursday. We've still got more games. Other semi-final is... Oh, wow. Okay, we take the £1 million nearly. Really? For Galatasaray? I suppose our save's bigger than the last one we were in the semis, wasn't it? The other semi-final is this one here. Atletico Juve. I like our signings so far. I also like how we've gone for quite a lot of like English core. We're being linked with a lot of them, which is intriguing. Wait. Oh, it's the affiliate, right. Okay. Atletico Juve. Oh, go on, Atleti. I want to play Atleti in the final. I would like to play Atleti. It'd be kind of fun. Because I feel like it's the one that I would stomach losing to the most. Europa League. Yeah, Galatasaray in this save have been legitimately very good. They've been top 8 in the Champions League the last 2 years in a row. And have also been at the quarterfinals of the Champions League more than once. We've turned all the finals. Yeah. So basically, what happens if you're not familiar with this? If we all get to finals, we will watch them all on full match, one after each other, which is... We've only ever done that once before on stream with MTK. Yeah, we've got a new owner, but he's literally not done anything for us. We didn't get any money, anything useful. We may as well have not had a takeover, basically. Right. Thursdat. What are we saying? Big time now. Sweetie and Wolfsburg, just don't lose too heavily in that first leg. And make sure you do win heavily in the first leg. I actually get the feeling that there might only be one final and it will be us. But they've done what they needed to do. We had an embargo to show for it and missed out on some signings because of it, yeah. The Ashley Derby. Right, come on. Just keep... If we somehow manage to... Oh, there's no games in between either, which is great. 3-0 win there. Come on. Wolfsburg 0, Sweetie United 3. Wolfsburg are surely going... Sorry, Sweetie are surely going to the Europa League final. Bikikara, on the other hand... I bet you this is a muggery. Oh my god! What? Wolfsburg, are you okay? 3-0, Redencic, Miguel Torres and Michael Bum with the 91st minute goal. 3.33x. They somehow underperformed their XG in a 3-0 win. Hot dog. No, the takeover went through, but might as well not have done. I bet you this is going to be a gut-wrenching... Oh, wow. I mean, if they won 1-0, that would have been a fortunate result. They're going to have to pull out all the stops in that second leg to get their way through now. But it's more points for coefficient. 25 points. Hang on. I've got to keep an eye on Spain still. Nah, we're not catching Spain. We'd still have to get another 1.6 points to catch Spain this year. Hot damn. Now, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but Sweetie winning 3-0 away from home is very good. Although we've seen them in this situation before. Remember the 7-0 against Cisco Sofia? Win some finals, we might catch them, but remember, we're playing Atleti in the final. So... I say playing Atleti in the final. We're not even in the final yet. Neither are they. Oh, could we surely... 25 points to cover. Yeah. We've had an absolute monster season, basically, Borozace. Hamrun won the Europa League group. Sweetie are now one game away from the final of the Europa League, having got top 8. Birkirkara actually let us down a little bit. Goodyear got in the Champions League group and actually qualified for the knockouts, and only narrowly lost to Paris Saint-Germain. Malta have been cooking, and we have obviously clapped our way through. We've won every game, I think, in the knockouts. Oh no, sorry, we drew the away game against Leipzig, but we've won every game since then, including home and away against Man United. So yeah, having an absolute bastard in Europe this season. 19 goals for Reynoso. The player values are not great, but they're a lot better than they were. So like they're now enabling us to actually make stuff happen again. Oh Christ, it's this time, right? Okay. We'll have to take a slight pause here so I can offer some players out. Because it's that time. When I include everyone here. Now we've got to offer out players for transfer. Because I forgot to do this in November because I got completely caught up in everything else. So
in winter,
we want loan expires. Sort by that. That way we can only find the loanees, which is good. Arminman? Ariman? I'm sorry if I've said that incorrectly. Do let me know how to say it properly. Thank you so much for the follow, though. I really do appreciate that. This may not work for all of them either. But we just want to offer out anyone who's on loan. It can sometimes get a bit pernickety. Go all the way down to there. This will probably allow us to rustle up, say, I don't know, another 5-10 sales to other Maltese sides, which is the crucial part of it. It's annoying that we can't filter out the ones that have got permanent transfers arranged, but there's a limit to what you can do on here. And the screen can be an absolute bastard as well sometimes. Because you can't really group them together. Yep, Cock Round Horse is still there. Well, no, to be fair, this one is one that we do usually have to do on stream because it occurs in May. So even if we were knocked out of the Champions League, we'd probably still reach this stage because we'd be playing league games and the season's not finished yet. The one that we don't normally do on stream is the loan extension screen, which, by the way, is going to be an absolute bastard for me this summer. Although, you may well have to see it because it's probably going to occur on stream. Moving to the top. I could, but I don't think it would work because we wouldn't have asking prices on a lot of the players. I don't know. It doesn't matter now anyway. Just got to get there. Yeah, it's going to Goodyear. Shortlist for your own squad would be cool. I guess that's kind of what the squad planner does, but it doesn't actually do it. Do you know? It's like, that's why I feel like what it's supposed to do in some ways, but it doesn't actually let you do it. Yeah, I did actually select it. But yeah, the issue I had before was I tried to select every single player and offer them out. This was before we actually had any transfers arranged, and it crashed the game entirely. But it shouldn't be too bad. There's 250 players, so we're probably getting pretty close. And at most, we'll get like maybe 10 bids. Actually, more like 10 to 15. But, oh, they're done. There we go. Sick. But some will say no as well. Like I had Lucas Juarez actually had a deal agreed for him to go to Sweetie, but he said no. Yeah, this is stuff I'm not complaining about the fact that they don't have the option for because it is a bit niche. Like I feel like the extend all loans button though, that is not niche enough to the point where it shouldn't be in the game. That has to be in the game. It's crazy that you couldn't. Yeah, we're gonna get a huge amount of this. Mensah, he has an injury at the moment too, which I suspect is also denting that. But he was 2.5 to 3 before, but injury is obviously going to really hit the form stuff a little bit too. Right. I do like the fact that we get no league games in between the semi-finals. Really important for us there. Oh, here we go. Juve Atletico. Let's go. Oh, let's not go. What's the fact? Yeah, we're even more favoured for this one. Oh, our top scorer. Oh, you're right. Yeah, because we didn't do November, so maybe we'll get even more bids. 34 goals for Pereira in 30 games in the second tier, and 34 for Beda. Imagine how many goals Tabakadu could get for Melita next year if he stays. And I think he's got a 2-year loan extension, which means he will be staying, basically. Because he had half a year last year, and then I extended it in the summer when they got promoted, which means he's on a 2-year... Oh, no, he's not on a 2-year, is he? Fuck. Because we only did the 1-year extensions because I missed the date. Which means the likelihood is Tabakadu might come back because they're getting relegated. Which means either we bring him into our team as our backup striker or rotation option with Bizarma, or we manage to find him another loan. Sauerschnig's injured. That is less than ideal. Luckily, he's not a starter because Lahovia is. There's hope. True, but unfortunately, with Melita getting relegated, they almost always come back. If the team they're playing for get relegated, they just almost always just go, no, fuck it. No matter how good they play and how much they're enjoying their 15 goals and 14 assists is brilliant. Manolo at Brugge. He's fine, but he was mostly brought in to be like a flip kind of player. I don't think he really serves that much of a purpose for us. He's just got a lot of goals and assists for Brugge this season. The idea was to bring him in and then try and sell him pretty much. Like, he's never likely to play for us. He's just got a lot of stars because he's been played so well for them anyway. It's good to see that he's playing well. Right, here we go. Come on, Atletico. Do the business. Atletico do it. They get the dub. Diego Ben David, the Argentinian Spaniard, gets the goal. Sweetie. I don't know if he's good enough to go to Sweetie yet. That's the problem. I don't think he'd play for them yet. I think he would have to go to someone like Balzan, maybe. Because they'd be in Europe. That's, yeah, probably where he'd end up. And not even big. I think somewhere like Balzan or Hibernian or someone like that would be what we're looking for him. But it would be a real question. And if he doesn't get the loan move, then I would just have to say, hey, you're suddenly a first-team player for us now. Cool. Oh yeah, Gudmundsson is ridiculous. Not only is Gudmundsson a 3-star player, but he's better than that. Where is he? I think he's actually a better than 3-star player. Just with the Champions League. No, we haven't won the Champions League, but we are very, very close to it. Bring the Brugge guy back. I don't think I can. I'm not sure I can recall him outside of the... No, I can't do anything about that. It's not in a window. So yeah, the 2-year extensions, you have to do them on June 2nd. But there we go. It is Atletico in the final, if we get there. And there is still an if, because you never know what FM will do to you. It can do mad things. Oh. Yeah, if our flip... Oh, God, imagine if Manolo scored the goal that knocked Birkikara out of Europe. That would be gut-wrenching. But not a lot you can do about it. I think we've also benefited from it the other way around at times, too. So, okay. Happy Jinjo, either way, exactly. Right, what are we saying as far as the other... No, I can... unavailable, not a club. Get rid of these guys, too. See who's actually available. So, Krustev and Pebbles are going to be absolutely fine as far as... I'm not going to let them actually start the game, but I want them to... They're now back in the rotation a little bit. I feel like they're safe to have on the bench today. And it means they'll 100% be back for the final. Ginger has sent his bots again. Holland's definitely staying on the bench, though. Frimpong can sit this one out, I think. Actually, who would I not like to bring on? Birkeland. Yes, very helpful, because it gives us the option. Then again, I suppose I could move Palacio up there and bring on a centre back, I guess. Hopefully we won't have to. Oh my goodness, this is aggressive. We've sometimes struggled against this 4-2-4 shape in the past, so I'm a little bit worried. I'm hoping that this is the kind of game where just the sheer quality... I think the reason they've dropped Kokas is because they want to play that system and it doesn't fit into the... He doesn't fit into the system, which in theory should make them worse. Is he on the bench? Yeah, he's on the bench. This 4-2-4 can be a bit dicey. So we'll have to be careful here. I've seen us struggle against... I think FC Copenhagen played this way against us a couple of times and we struggled. Right. It is weird, though, that they would drop probably their best player. And it's going to... The amount of space that we're going to get in the midfield is going to be incredible. Because they've got nobody in this area. So basically, Gillet and Valmir should have free run of the midfield, really, when we're in possession. I think it'll be really easy to play through them whenever we basically want to. Oh, go on, play it short. There's options here, bud. He's just going to bang it, because they always do. But, oh my God, that was actually quite a good effort. Oh. Okay. I wish they'd take the decision to play it short in those scenarios. Like, just... And there's nothing you can do, because you can't tell them to play it short. There's no instruction for it. I think this is just a question of getting through the game. I would love to win it as well, just for the extra coefficient points, right? If we're going to have this season, we might as well go all out and have the season. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually quite a boring game where we're controlling the crap out of it. Actually, if we keep this kind of possession up for the full 90, I get the feeling that we'll get like 2 or 3 in the second half, because they'll just get so tired chasing us. It's just going to take a while to wear them down. Although if we did get an early goal, it could really kill it. But I think this is just going to be a game of attrition for us. Just to slowly wear them down and end up with like 2.5 XG in the end. Just take a little while to get to that point. Just keep playing them around in the midfield. Oh, here we go, Renault. So, he's flipped it around. Oh, imagine. Oh, he's got to score that. That was such a lovely move as well. The way that he took that into his stride with that little spin, that's the kind of confidence we needed. But he's got to bury that. The little turn, everything about that was brilliant. It just needed the goal. Because that would have been his 20th goal of the season in Europe. He did everything right up until the finish. I think freshening the wing-backs up later in this game could be absolutely crucial as well. I'm going to keep Reynoso on, obviously, because I want to see what else he can do. You can see how, as the half has worn on, the chances are starting to increase for us now, and I think it will only continue that in the second half. I'm actually going to praise them. No changes. Keep doing what you're doing, lads. More than happy for you to keep going. We've got multiple wingbacks we can bring in, true, yeah. So we'll do that around about 60 minutes. We're just slowly grinding them down. Even before they win 1-0 with their first... Oh, no, they can't have their first shot on target, at least. Right, 60 minutes. Krall has been average. Do I do Krastev? Good chance to get some match sharpness, I suppose. And it's only half an hour for him. And then we do Sauerschnig on the left. Pereira's been okay, but he is looking a little bit tired. Yeah, they are available. We have Palacio, but he's already playing a full game at centre-back, so it wouldn't have the same effect as me bringing on a fresh player. I'm actually going to bring on both of them. Pebbles as well. Because they weren't fresh enough to start. They were limited to 75 minutes. And I feel like giving them half an hour of action here could be good for us as far as, one, just getting them back into the game, but also give them an opportunity to build up some match sharpness too in a competitive environment. Yeah, they were injured for the first leg, but they had enough sharpness level back now to be available for this game, just not from the beginning. So I figured that actually, in this situation, it might be... Oh, hang on, Pineda, can he kill it? Bang, 3-0 on aggregate. Luis Pineda, bang. So we're building a small nation. Well, you can ask their agent before you even put a bid in, so I would do that, basically, Lutty. There's no point in bidding on players that you know aren't going to sign for you, and the fact is, as a small nation, there's a lot of players you're just simply not going to be able to get. What a pass that is from Reynoso. He may not have scored today, but he set up an absolutely brilliant finish from Pineda, straight off the bench, straight into the action, 3-0 Sirens, and surely tie it into bed, and hopefully the game into bed with it. I think really the key now is just to avoid any injuries. And with that in mind, I'm actually going to get Gert off. Just because don't want to risk it. Oh, come on, please not 1-1 here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just want those extra coefficient points, really. Anything we can do to make sure we get the maximum coefficient points is perfect. We've actually been somewhat mid against Galatasaray. Oh, please, no. Not in the 91st minute. Good clearance, but I have a horrible feeling we might be about to get second phased here. Yeah, I think we might be about to concede a second phase of set-piece goal. Oh, maybe not. Pineda gets the ball. He's got fresh legs as well. Reynoso, go on, pass it back to... Oh, my goodness me. Reynoso is playmaker extraordinaire here. Pineda again, and it's 2! What a counter-attack. Holy shit. What a breakaway. 4-0 on aggregate. Who needs Padilla when Reynoso's... Look at this. Receives it. First time, pops it straight into his path, and Pineda is lightning. 2 goals off the bench for Pineda to win us the game, win us the tie, put us in the final. Brilliant. Pereira, who... Surely now we're in the Champions League final. And, hey, Reynoso may not have scored in today's game, but he's got 2 assists. Holy. That was delightful. 2 goals for Pineda. We're in the Champions League final for only the second time in the save, and pretty much flawless in the knockouts. Except for that first leg against Leipzig, we're popping. Now, the question becomes, 2 very basic 1-2s. I think both of them were... Oh, no, the first one wasn't a 1-2, was it? It was a very similar kind of pass. We look very good. I don't think Atleti are better than Man United. Like, personnel-wise, Man United are way better than Atletico. Atletico are better than Leipzig, obviously, and they're better than Galatasaray in terms of their personnel. But the way we were able to put that amount of goals past Man United, with all of our big game mentality as well, and we can go into Tuesday's game as well, with the knowledge that we're not going to make those tactical changes. I tweaked us out of a potential result against Man United, because I just kept changing things. And again, we basically created nothing when I did that. My plan on Tuesday is just going to be stick with the tactic. Just don't change stuff. Unless we're like 3-0 down, it's desperation in the last 10 minutes. There's just no need to change it, innit? Get in. Yappy Mango, thank you for the follow. So that's us in the Champions League final on Tuesday. The question is, yeah, Krastev getting that off the bench when he only played half an hour. We managed to get away with the risk there because they could have got re-injured. But having Pebbles and Krastev get half an hour of Champions League football is just going to make that a little bit easier for us to get them back to full fitness, ready for the Yeah, absolutely. Because we've still got the Thursday matches from the Europa League and Conference League to watch. Not watch, but like pay attention to, if you like. So we'll definitely go and see how many bids we get. Lutty, thank you for the follow. Right. We'll wait until after the... Here we go. Sweetie United. I get the feeling that Birkikara aren't going to manage it. I think they're going to fall just short. Christ still has broken his leg. 2 months. That's surprisingly short for a broken leg. Better to lose in round of 16 in the Conference League or get knocked out in the Europa League group stage. That's kind of much of a muchness because it depends on where you started, because you'll have points from qualifying rounds and stuff like that. Prize money is important as well. You'd get a lot more money from being in the Europa League than, well, not a lot more, but a reasonable amount more. It just entirely depends on how you got to that stage, because you could win the Europa League group and get a load of points for winning the matches there, or you could scrape through in 24th. So it's hard to say. Right, let's see. Imagine if it was only if both of them lost by enough for us to get knocked out and only had us in the final. I get the feeling it's going to be 2 from 3. But there we go. Sweetie United will play Newcastle in the Europa League final. That's 2 finals on Tuesday. The question is, will there be a third Maltese side in the final? No, there won't. Birkirkara lose it as Bourgeois, with the goals in the 80th and 94th minutes, sees Birkirkara fall at the final. It's going to be an all-Belgian final. No, it's not. Oh, more coefficients, I suppose, but Bourgeois, Emmanuel Bourgeois, gets the 2 goals. Anderson Lopez Arroyo as well with the... Wow, oh my God, thoroughly deserved. Birkirkara were kind of crap, actually, over 2 legs. That's just really bad from them. Still, you know what? 26.9! Chat, we might actually get second. We've got 26.9 points in 1 season. I don't think I've ever had that score before in FM, ever. And it's still less than England got 1 year. We might actually overtake Spain. How high can we get? So if we both win the finals, we'd get another 0.8. So that would be 27.7, which would equal nearly England's best. Plus, we'd also get extra points for qualification and for winning it. So I think if we win the Champions League final, I think we would go to second on the coefficients from 6th in a single season. Because the other ones, ECL is Brugge versus Boa Vista, so that's irrelevant to us because Portugal are so far behind us now that it doesn't matter. We've actually gained like 10 points. We've gained literally 11 points on Portugal in 1 season. And that's Belgium, so fair play. And the Europa League is obviously England, so it doesn't matter. They only get their participation points. Yeah, so if we were to win, we would get 0.4 for the win and 0.6. Still get some places. I think we can, yeah. Or can we? Oh, because we'd have Sweetie's points, wouldn't we? Sweetie's participation points, no matter what, if they win or not. I think we can. I think if we win the Champions League, we would go into second on the year. Not even on the year, sorry. We're second on the year by like 7 points. Yeah. Just working this out in my head. Because we would get 0.4 for the win. 8 teams in there. I don't think so, no. Because we're only getting 6 teams technically next season anyway. Win it in normal time. Yeah, we'd have to win it in normal time. We'd get the win for the minimum points. Well, the minimum would then be them losing. So they would get 0.2 for the participation round. So that would take Spain to 91.888. Which means we would need to get 0.7. So we'd get 0.4 for the win, 0.2 for the participation, and I believe we would get a little bit extra. But then also we would get the 0.2 from Sweetie, from the Europa League, because they're going to get 0.2 no matter what. Oh, you're right, the dilution as well. Yes, true. Yeah, good point. So I think basically... No, we don't need to both win. I think how it would work is we would need to win the Champions League, and that's it. If we win the Champions League, I think we get second on the year, because Sweetie's points just for participating in the final will be enough for us to get above them ever so slightly. So I think there's a strong chance that we could actually get second in the coefficients this year. We absolutely need to win. Yeah, because if we lose and Sweetie win, it won't matter, because they'll get too many points. What if we win after penalties? It only counts after normal time, so that would count as a draw. We'd have to win it in normal time. But I trust this team. I really do. I am gutted about Birkirkara, though. I actually thought they were more of a dead cert than Sweetie were. Oh, it's such a shame that our 1000th game in charge... Wait, hang on. I swear that's not right. I was looking before stream. I was counting it up to see how many games we'd have to play to make the Champions League final our 1000th game. And we had 13 games left to play, and somehow we've... Maybe friendlies? Yeah, so if Sweetie were to win the Europa League, they would get a place in the Champions League next year. Automatically, which they are currently not getting. So they would be in the Champions League guaranteed next year as well. Counts Malta. No, I think what it is it's counted those friendlies. Oh, actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know how it's managed to come to that conclusion, because at the start of stream we were 13 games behind, and we've not played 13 games. Weird. That's even stranger then. Oh. Half a league in Europe. Yeah, pretty much. No, I already counted the possibility of us, because we'd already been drawn into the semi at that point, and I counted the possibility of us having a cup final as well as part of that. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. Including the Malta games. Why would it include Malta games when I haven't managed Malta in those games? As in, I counted it, I looked before stream, and it told me that we had 13 games left to 1,000, and we haven't been managing Malta today, so we wouldn't get counted for Malta games when we're not managing them, would we? That would be really weird. Unless it is glitching out in some way. I counted perfectly, thank you. Yeah, bear in mind, if Sweetie do win the Europa League, they will become the first Maltese side to win a trophy, and there's nothing we can do about it. Because their game is before ours. Here we go. Nash are in for Axel Vol. Done. Sweetie for Redenciuc. Done, but way cheaper. Libera. Sure. Bossio. Okay, we have to accept. Doesn't sorry. No, it said 999 we were at. Padelma, we take that. Tarshin, 37 grand. Amaria. Spahic? Wow, he's only just joined us. Baron. Oh my, nowhere near as much as that, lads. Come on, don't get silly. 2 million. That's fine. I think there might be more coming up. Sometimes you get more. I think. Because remember, I offered them out in batches, and I think it then delivers the news in the same batches. We'll see. Yeah, we're just in the final. All these nation builds. No. You better see it, actually, I think. Doesn't it tell you in the game status? I swear there used to be a thing that would say days on holiday. Or does it not show that information anymore? Or is it on your profile? Manage your history tab. Oh yeah, okay. Time spent on holiday, 0 days. So no, I've never been on holiday in the save. Oh. You'd think it would be in like game status, really, wouldn't you? Right, let's just progress it. Oh, I'll just play whatever team my assistant wants for this match.
Off the Pope hat.
This is a risk, I realise, but getting some fitness back in some of these guys could be quite useful for us. Official Enrice, or Enrice, thank you very much for the follow. 20, yeah, I know. A multiple manager, I guess true. But sure, yeah, actually, good point. Yeah, Janosch needs some time off. Well, maybe you can have a nice little holiday after the Champions League. This is where we just randomly lose our unbeaten season to Melita now. Or we win 8-1. Where Pereira scores 4 times. Okay. No, overall. Oh! Yeah, no, it's counted them. Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I understand what you mean by saying it's counted Malta now. As in, it wasn't counting it on one screen, but it wasn't. But hang on a minute. But the screen I was using was this one. That's right. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. Is it the one on this screen? There's another screen, I think, that shows you your stats, and maybe it wasn't showing it up. Either way, we've succeeded. Cheeky little 8-1 victory there. That's also now means we've got to keep a clean sheet in the final league game. Because if we don't, we're not going to have our best. We've scored so few goals this season overall. We've just not been at it as far as goal scoring. Club info page. Was it the club info one? Ah, it's because of how many games I've... Yep, now I see. Yep, that's what it was. This was the one I was looking at. That now makes perfect sense. I see what you mean now. That's the one I was looking at. Because I was hoping that the Champions League final, if we were to get to it, might potentially be Stream Balatro. If we win the Champions League, yeah. Don't know how much time there's going to... Actually, to be fair, that might be the perfect timing in a way, because Sweetie's game, then our game. It's going to be... Yeah, we had the 5 games in charge of Malta because we had the 2 friendlies and then the 3 group stage games where all the horrendousness happened. Hot dog. We are... I can't believe we've got 26.9 points. Our best ever season prior to this was 18.7, and we've nearly got 10 more points in a single year. What is this? Presumptuous of you to assume that FM isn't going to screw us out of the final. God, I hope it's not too hot on Tuesday. Suiting up and all that's going to be a bit of a... I might have to go for the Hawaiian shirt and suit combo or something to really get fruity on the touchline. Right. Yes, this is the best season I've ever had on any save individually. I don't think with MTK we ever had more than 25 points, but we did it consistently. So we had like quite a few 25 odd points. Well, no, around that kind of level kind of seasons. Obviously we never got too many, otherwise we'd have overtaken England. But I've never had a season like this before ever. It's the best season I've ever had on FM in terms of building a nation anyway, which is superb. I actually can't believe it. And we're going to raid Gaffer, because I'm going to be going on his charity stream in a few weeks' time, which is going to be dope. Thus proving that I don't hate charity after all. And now you know. So, choose that. It'll be first trophy, yeah. Choose that. I mean, it's going to be a massive day. It's Champions League final, where we've got a great chance at winning it. It's Europa League final, where, frankly, if Sweetie can beat Wolfsburg home and away, why can't they beat Newcastle at this stage? What's to stop them? Bianca didn't get to the final, but Sag times, they've done well. And we've got 26.9 points, which is absolutely mad. And it's such an easy title for the recap video too. Tis a blessed day. So enjoy the rest of yours, my friends. I'm going to go to sleep because I'm still a little teensy bit hungover from last night. So I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for joining me. This has flown by, man. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to send you lovely people over to Gaffer. And hold your gun.